Greetings, brothers and sisters. Today is February 1st, 2025. It's currently 8 after 12 noon here on East Coast time. We're here in Atlanta. We're joined by our Chicago family. It'll be 11:08 a.m. Chicago time. This is the Dr. Julius Nairi CVPM division. I'm President John Hargrove, president of our division and commissioner of District 5. I'm joined by President Clyde Banks of Chicago Division 429, and also First Vice President Brother Shaka Barak of Division 429, and also the executive body of Division 421. We're here together to discuss the continued progress of the continent of Africa and the continued unity of African people, as Mr. Garvey taught us, for those at home and those abroad. So we'll have a very in-depth discussion today, looking at as much of the history as much of the depth of the history that we can cover in 4 hours. Obviously, we're not going to go over the entire history of the continent of Africa, but we do expect to have a very broad discussion on the history of the continent. So with that, we will open up here at Division 421 with a few statements specifically from Mr. Garvey. Lady President, would you be able to help me with the statement on history?
Brother, have we opened up officially?
I skipped that. I'm over here trying to get to the next thing. Please, if everyone would, we'll open up with our motto and our slogan. If everyone would, please come off mute. And Brother Shaka, if there's any other additional rituals we would like to perform, we can do that as well. If everyone would, please come off mute. We'll open up with our motto: one God,
One God,
one aim,
one aim,
one destiny.
one destiny.
Africa for the Africans.
Africa for the Africans.
Those at home,
Those at home,
and those abroad.
and those abroad. Brother John, I wonder, and thank you for that opening, if anyone would mind if I did libation.
No.
Any objection to libation? And I would say no and proceed.
No.
No objection to libation. Please.
Thank you. All right. I wasn't planning on doing this, but I just thought we're having such an African day today that this would be appropriate. Again, let us humble our spirits. We want to pour a libation to signify that there is a connection between our ancestors and those who paved the way for us to be here today. And we want to recognize them because there was a faith that they had, and we hope and pray that that faith is imbued in us today. Confidence is what they had to do all that they did, and it's a tremendous history of the great and wonderful things that they've done, and we will cover a lot of that today. So if you can see my plant, and I will Excuse me. Hey, African, who is this?
This is Fatima.
Hey, Fatima.
Sena sent me the link. We were supposed to be on the show with you at 11.
That's correct. Huh?
The link is not working.
John, the Africans that Sena organized are saying that the link does not work. So what do I do?
They're trying to join the web link, correct? Or are they trying to call in?
Are you trying to?
The Zoom link on my phone
Trying to join the
already.
Zoom
So
link?
all of what I got to do is to go on there, and it's asking me for passcode and stuff like that.
They'll get. We
Go
have
ahead,
to
John.
send a new link. I'll have to send a new link. Who should I send the link to? How can I send the link out? I'm gonna have Mike send a broad email.
Okay, he's going to send you another.
What's her contact? How do I contact her specifically?
Okay.
From now is 312
312-285-2577.
2577
Correct.
312-285-2577.
Correct.
All right.
All right. Look for the link. And thank you for calling. That's a determination to be involved. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks.
Link's not working.
Again, we appreciate our ancestors. So I want you all to work with me in honoring our ancestors near and far, ancient and recent. So to our ancestors who were the builders of the greatest civilizations ever known to mankind on the continent of Mother Africa, we pour and say libation. To our ancestors whose footprints are in the sands of time because of the great movements that they were involved in that surrounded the movement of the Nile River and how it was able to every year flood, and that flood produced the resources and the minerals to enrich the soil, and that soil was able to be turned over and over, and the great crops and were produced in Mother Africa. To them we thank and we pour libation. There was a great battle for the African continent and its people, and there were those who were captured and enslaved. They fought and they died. They fought and they died, but to those who battled the conquerors, we pour and say libation. To those who were drug away from our motherland on these waiting ships to be held in bondage for centuries, but they fought and they resisted. They always fought and they always resisted, and oftentimes they died, but that blood was the nurturing for the future generations, so that when we look back, we see that battle and we know we must also battle. And to those who fought the enslaver, we say and pour libation. To those on the plantations throughout the world serving the enslaver, on the rice plantation, the sugar plantation, on the cotton, on the tobacco plantations, who sweat and bled and cried and died, but fought and resisted, fought to destroy the tools, fought to run away, fought to bring havoc among the enslavers. We thank them and we say and pour libation. And to those who were able to lift their heads up above the chains and think in terms of the collective, the African at home and the African abroad, those who are willing to commit themselves to the idea of liberating and fighting for the freedom and the justice for our people, to them we say and pour libation. And to the number one of them all, the greatest leader of them all, the greatest organizer of them all, the leader and builder of the first and largest mass movement of our people, the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey, we say and pour libation. To all of those that assisted him, to all of those who stood upon his shoulders to bring us into a new era, the era of liberation, the era of anti-colonialism, anti-being colonized, anti-being Jim Crow, to all of those who fought against colonial powers, we pour and say libation. And to all of those who brought into existence independent African nations, all those who thought in terms of the highest ideals of mankind and womankind, which is nationhood, and then brought those nations into existence for our people, we pour and say libation. And then those who fought the civil rights battles throughout the world to give us our civil rights, to fight for our human rights, to fight for dignity, to fight for our children, to fight for education, to fight for economic prosperity, to all of those who fought, and we stand upon their shoulders today, we pour and we say libation. You brothers and sisters, unmute yourselves, and for those men and women who you have understood to be contributors to our racial history, contributors to our salvation, our existence today, please call their names.
Naeem.
Atajap.
Naeem.
Diane.
Ruachiri from Zimbabwe.
Muqqarrabah from Zimbabwe.
Kwame Ture, Stokely
Kwame
Carmichael.
Ture.
Patrice Lumumba.
Patrice Lumumba.
Chairman Fred Hampton Sr. and Mark
Chairman
Clark.
Fred Hampton Sr.
Fannie Lou Hamer of Mississippi.
Fannie Lou Hamer.
Callie House, the reparations queen.
Ashe.
Nat Turner.
Ashe.
Dr. Frances Cress Wilson.
Ashe.
My mama, Naomi T. Thoria Treadwell.
My mama too, Anna Frances Jameson. Ashe.
Amy Jakes Garvey.
Amy Jakes Garvey. My mama too.
Garvey.
Ashe.
My son, Naeem Muhammad.
Ashe. Naeem Muhammad.
Mwalimu Julius Nyerere.
Brothers and sisters,
Brother Hollis Mason.
the ancestors are satisfied.
No, last night. Oh yeah, last night.
Thank you very much, Brother John.
And Mwalimu G. Race first. Thank you, Brother Shaka. Please
Thank
meet your minds, family.
Mwalimu G.
On the Zoom.
Merriweather. David Madison.
Dr. Umar.
Those are definitely
Aisha
honorable
Tyler.
people. Thank you
Thank you,
all.
Mr. Muqqarrabah.
Thank you all for your
I
input.
know you see it.
For your input into this ceremony. And thank you all who have joined us today for this, I would say, historical program. I know that there's going to be some challenges from some of you all because you have to leave. you have to leave early. You won't be able to stay for the whole period. And we're going to do the best that we can, the administrators, to get you in and get you out, meaning that we want to make sure that we follow our system, but there will be times when we know we'll have to make allowance for those who have to go, because we would hate to have you come here prepared to share with us and not have an opportunity to do that because you ran out of time. But always bear this in mind, that when you think about the Universal Negro Improvement Association, we have been around a long time and we're not going anywhere. When you think about these programs that we are putting together jointly, we've put together many of them. And every month we put together a program, we're not going to stop putting them together. So if for any reason you don't get an opportunity to share everything that you would like to share, then don't lose faith and confidence and hope, because we'll do it again and again and again. And how long will we continue to do it? Until Africa and her people all over the world are free. So you just hang around if you don't get the opportunity to do everything you wanted to do today, because there'll be another chance at it. Brother John, where is President Clyde?
Right here.
All right, Brother John, I want to invite our president to say something before we start going into the material that has been put together by our guests, by our members, by our friends, so that they know that this president is over a division in Chicago, and that you are over a division in Atlanta, and there may be some others that show up from other divisions, because we are family. Brother Clyde?
I just want to say greetings to everyone. So happy to be here. This is going to be a great program. We're glad you all could join us. I know that there are others that are trying to get in and expect to be in throughout the day. So we're happy to be able to bring in some quality programming and bring us from the past up to the present as to what's going on the continent of Africa, as well as what needs to be going on and how we can influence that outcome to be positively impacted. So we're just pleased to be able to bring this a little bit. I know 4 hours is not enough to cover, but as the Brother Shaka said, we're going to be doing this over and over and over again. So as things change, we're going to bring you those updates, and we want to make sure that all of you are able to get the benefit of some of the scholars that we have, bring us into one thought pattern in terms of we must take charge of what is around the globe and relative to our people. And so we thank you all for joining us today, and we look forward to your comments, your questions, suggestions. I want to thank again Brother Shaka and Brother John and his team there in Atlanta, and making sure that we have a continuation of our dropping of the knowledge, as one of our guys in Chicago, like I heard earlier, from Mansong, we appreciate all of your efforts, and just know that you're truly bright, and we appreciate all of your efforts in teaching our people what we must be doing, and continue those lessons from our Constitution of the UNIA to our message to the people, and of course, of African philosophy, and our orientation class on a regular basis, because those are all things. That's what God gave to us, and it's nothing more than just follow that blueprint to make sure that we are staying focused and not getting caught up with all of the hysteria that's going on with
President Clyde, excuse me 1 second.
Audio's a little low.
Just don't get silent.
Brother Clyde, your audio is low. Any way you could turn it up?
I'm again, Brother Clyde Banks out of Chicago, Division of 429.
He's wrapping up.
UNIA-ACL. And I'm also a minister of labor and information. Hopefully, I'm going to get a chance to talk a little bit about some of the influences of the entrepreneurial spirit and the creativity that we have shown on the continent with respect to the technology that's going on today. Looking at it, the juxtaposition of the old way of doing this, i.e., letting folks come in and take all of our natural resources, not being involved with the value-added approach to creating finished products from that. We're going to talk about the energy sector, about the automobile sector, the construction sector, and along with new technologies. And we've got some of the best guys on the planet, and we just make sure we're working on our behalf. On our behalf, meaning the 1.7 billion.
Okay, Brother Clyde.
President Clyde.
Now, here's what we'll do, Brother John. I'll repeat what he said, but brothers and sisters, because he's the president of a division, we weren't really anxious to just bring his comments to an end because I know they're meaningful and it has been recorded. But Brother Clyde, we were having a little problem hearing you. Brother John has said maybe your volume is turned down or your mic's not working, but we were having a problem hearing you. Say something, Brother Clyde.
I think there's another access point. Mesah, do you have it on just the Zoom, or you're on another factor? Some of the resources on this particular device being overutilized. I saw something just a minute ago. It looks like he's on the Zoom phone.
Yes,
well, we're not having a problem.
This is microphone. It's wherever
Yes,
it's
everybody's low to me now as well.
Everybody's low to you. I'm low?
Yeah.
John, am I low to you?
No, sir.
Okay, so your problem is.
All right, I'm going to flip over to another device.
Okay, good.
Now.
All right. All right, Brother Clyde. We don't want to miss any of what you shared. But the general gist of it was that he's happy to be here representing Division 429. He's happy to be here representing the Ministry of Industry and Labor. And he was thanking all of you who have turned out for this wonderful event and discussion on the continent of Africa. So once he's gotten his kinks worked out, he will be back to fill us in on his thinking. Plus, he's a participant in this great and wonderful program. Brother John?
Yes. Thank you, Brother Shaka. I'll give my brief comments as President Division 429, and I'll hand it over to our Lady President to give some comments from philosophy and opinions in regards to history as we go into the program. One of the things that we always have to understand is the importance of the relationships of these topics. So we're here in Atlanta, Brother Shaka, Brother Clyde in Chicago. We have family in Washington, D.C., New York, Philadelphia. Why, with all the issues going on in our local communities, why are we taking time, February 1st, the beginning of so-called Black History Month, to discuss the continent of Africa? And we must remember, as leaders in the UNIA, we have that responsibility to remind our people of our homeland. As Mr. Garvey teaches us a couple times, I'll start with the Constitution first, but because that's the foundation. But in our Constitution, even in the aims and objects, we have the responsibility to assist the tribes of Africa, to reclaim the fallen, and to specifically assist the needy. So we are called to do this work. Mr. Garvey teaches us that Africa is our homeland, the land of our vine and fig tree. If it's the natural place where we have the majority, why would we have a headquarters anywhere else in the world other than Africa? That wouldn't be smart militarily. Constitution also includes the Africa Redemption Fund. So this is not just for us in the diaspora, but this is also for the continent. And lastly, before I go to our lady president, as I was saying, message to the people. Everyone should know, message to the people, course of African philosophy, where Mr. Garvey breaks down the aims and objects, where he talks about assisting Africa. He says Africa is the motherland of all Negroes. All Negroes were taken from Africa against their will and forced into slavery. Africa is the natural home of the race. One day, all Negroes hope to look to Africa as the land of their vine and fig tree. Therefore, it is necessary to help the tribes that live in Africa to advance from a higher state of civilization. The white man is not conscientiously doing it, although he professes to do so. This is only his method of deceiving the world. He says, Mr. Garvey says, it is the Negro who must help the Negro. To help the African Negro to achieve civilization is to prepare him for his place in a new African state that will be the home of all Negroes. So we are speaking not only, we will touch a lot on the history of Africa, but this also speaks to the future, not only of Africa, but of African people. And we must make our vision known and work to make that vision a reality. And how can we do that without coming together in these types of forums and making sure we have a clear ideal state for what it is that we're trying to create. We're not dictators. This is a democracy. So each region has input. The continent itself, as well as the diaspora. We're speaking on behalf of the diaspora right now. We'll have representatives from the continent speak later. Lady President, are you available to share the statement on history? I do have it available for you.
Yes. Did you want me to read? You said chapter 3?
No, I have it. It's just history. It's the first paragraph in the Philosophy and Opinions, chapter 1. Just briefly.
Oh, I thought you said chapter 3. Okay, 1 second.
And this is reinforcing some of the
One I have
with today's program.
Lesson 1, I have intelligence, education, universal knowledge, and how to get it.
So with chapter 1, philosophies and opinions, I think I have it on the screen.
Okay. I'll read it on my phone. Okay. History is the landmark by which we are directed into the true course of life. The history of a movement, the history of a nation, the history of a race is the guidepost of that movement's destiny, the nation's destiny, the race's destiny. What you do today that is worthwhile inspires others to act at some future time. That
was it. Just history. Just history. And with that, Brother Shaka.
Brother John, the brother Mansong Kulabali also wants to share some information on history. This is the philosophical base of what we're doing, putting history, the study of history, in its proper context. Brother Mansong, would you please?
Yeah, Bo. First of all, hotep to everyone on the call, and Asante Sana 1,000 times to you, President John Hargrove, and Shaka Barak and President Clyde Banks, and the lady presidents for having this. My task is just to add some clarity, building on, of course, what the Honorable Marcus Garvey taught us in terms of history. Of course, when he said that what you do today that is worthwhile inspires others to act at some future time, with Dr. Maulana Karenga, Dr. Amos N. Wilson, and a whole slew, John Henry Clark, you know, y'all know them, were inspired, of course. And we had people before Garvey, Martin Delaney and so forth, who inspired him, I'm pretty sure, you know. So we have to understand that there are some other voices in addition to Brother Garvey who can help us understand the importance of history. Now, before I say that, I wanted to share some clarity on the language. It's not Mwariamau, it's Mwariamau. The stress is on the next to the last syllable. And you pronounce Mwariamau Julius Nyeri, not as Nyeri, but Yerere, Yerere. The N is silent. So I just wanted to say that. Now, of course, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and Malcolm X, El Hajj Malik El Shabazz, were fond of saying, of all studies, it is history that is best qualified to reward our research. So they're building on the universal nationalism of the Honorable Marcus Garvey. And I wanted to just quote a few things. Dr. Amos Wilson, in his book, The Falsification of African Consciousness, gives us a whole chapter that can be really illuminating for us also in terms of what history is supposed to do. And Dr. Karenga in his Kawaida philosophy also gives us clarity on what history is. So I just wanted to do a few quotes from them, and then I'm basically done, you know. Dr. Karenga, for example, defines history as the struggle and record of humans in the process of humanizing the world, that is, shaping it in their own image and interest. So African or Black history is thus the struggle and record of African peoples in the process of Africanizing the world, i.e. shaping it in their own image and interest. And he says, put another way, history is the human practice directed towards self-construction, social construction, and world construction. So you can see he's definitely in the tradition of Brother Garvey. He also says that the motive force of history is struggle, and that to make history, humans must struggle against four fundamental oppositions. The opposition found in nature with the hurricanes and all of that, the opposition found in society, you know, exploitative systems, the opposition in other humans, racism, and an opposition of our immediate selves. We have to grow from the people that we are at certain ages, you know, so you make history on the personal level. And if you go to Dr. Amos Wilson's works, The Falsification of African Consciousness, he tells us that history contains both progress and regress. He also says, regressing at this point in history essentially spells annihilation for Africans, not only in America, but for Africans the world over. So we have to definitely get our history right and really use it the right way. He also says that the election of Black mayors and governors and our getting jobs in white corporations can in no way ensure the survival of Black people. And, you know, so he busts that illusion. And y'all know he has another book called African-Centered Consciousness versus the New World Order, Garveyism in an Age of Globalism. So, you know, he's a son of Garvey. Amos Wilson goes on to say in this book, he says, if our study of Black history is merely an exercise in feeling good about ourselves, then we will die feeling good. He says we must look at the lessons that history teaches us. If our education is not about gaining real power, we are being miseducated and misled, and we will die educated and misled. He goes on to say, history cannot be a mere celebration of those who struggled on our behalf. We must be instructed by history and should transform history into concrete reality, into planning and development, into the construction of power and the ability to ensure our survival as a people. So he's given you some great things building on the Honorable Marcus Garvey's understandings. And I would definitely urge all UNIA folk, all our people, period, to make sure that they're aware of the falsification of African Consciousness. The subtitle was Eurocentric History, Psychiatry, and the Politics of White Supremacy by a noble son of Marcus Garvey, Amos N. Wilson, a psychologist. So go to those books. Kawaida philosophy helps also us to understand even better what history is supposed to produce. And I can't go into all of that in 5 minutes, but I just wanted to contribute that to the forum. I'm done.
Give thanks, Brother Mansong.
I hope that I've said something of value.
You have to me.
Brother Mansong,
Yes, sir.
can you put those books in the chat?
Yeah, I can type that in. Yeah, it'd be great, you know, because again, you know,
just go ahead and do it.
Okay.
Samuel Lotte from Ghana.
Yes.
Go ahead, bro.
Thank you, my brother.
Where's
I'm
Pajoof?
good.
Where's Pajoof? From Gambia.
No, I'm from Ghana.
I know where you from, but where's Pajoof?
Pajoof is from Gambia.
I
know.
invited Brother Pajoof. He will be here. I invited Brother Samuel, and he's here. And he's saying, just go on and put the books in the chat. But you know, Brother Samuel, Brother John, is from Ghana. He just said that.
Yes,
and he is one of those who wanted to come on and talk to us about Africa, and in particular about Ghana. And he has an emergency. He has to go see a doctor, dentist, or something like that. And so he needed to get in early. And since I've been looking for him all up and down this list of participants, and then he finally opened his mouth. Let me see. Where is he at in here?
You got it. I think it's iPhone. He's on the iPhone.
Okay. All right, cool. So if you don't mind, Brother Clyde and Brother John, if we could bring Samuel on for his 5 minutes, he know we have the time constraints, or we got that hook for him.
Please,
we could
proceed.
Please.
All right.
Okay. My brothers and sisters, I want to greet you and say a very beautiful and great day for the ancestors, which we call the Nananum of our people. My view is represents the Ghanaians of the great age, or what you call the people who are like now 81 years old, like me, who were born during the Second World War, and therefore were able to live with the teachings of Kwame Nkrumah, who was very much impressed and tutored by the philosophy of Marcus Garvey, and therefore he took that kind of training to Ghana to organize, mobilize, and be the first Black African nation to get independence. And that is why Ghana sometimes is referred to as the gateway to Africa. And the fact that he promoted African unity, and he built a business based on Black Star Line and the development that he did. And he gave all the praise and inspiration to Garvey. And one of the people that actually he discussed this issue with is Richard Wright, who he invited to Ghana in 1954 to stay there for about 4 months to document the rise of Africa's first anti-British nation called Ghana. So, and right now you could tell that what is happening in all about West Africa, especially in the Sahara region, is an indication of the return of the spirit of, Kwame Nkrumah, people like Kwame Nkrumah and Lumumba and Thomas Sankara and all the people like Amilcar Cabral. All these people were influenced by the association understanding of Kwame Nkrumah, and therefore also the understanding of Marcus Garvey, because all of them understand that in order for the land of milk and honey to really enjoy its possession, it must be a united Africa with a united military might and a military command, so that we wouldn't have the problem we're having, especially in the areas where our minerals are being stolen each and every day, because they have put us in a situation where we are constantly fighting among ourselves, like it's happening right now with the M23, and they are talking about Rwanda and Democratic Republic of Congo. I mean, you can imagine, there have never been any kind of peace in the very resource-rich areas, very resource-rich areas of Africa. And I'm using the word very rich resource because the whole place is nothing but resource, rich of gold and all kind of minerals. And I look to myself and I remember Garvey reading his what you call Garvey's desire to read the Bible and stuff like that, and use the Bible to explain things to us. I said, good, really, Africa really is it is not the so-called, is the land of milk and honey from time immemorial. You go to all the documents and historical documents and the religious documents, and always they're talking about gold and silver and everything, and it's always Africa. It's always Africa. So that's the Africa, the place of milk and honey is now on the table for another scramble. 1884 has come and passed. We thought we have moved forward with what you call neo-colonial independence and stuff like that. And where right now we are back now with another scramble with China, with Russia, with Turkey, with Paris, with Italy, with Saudi Arabia, India, everybody scramble for Africa. Again, almost like 1884. But guess what? See what just happened in Ghana, linking it to Burkina Faso. There's a rise of Nkrumahism right there in Ghana with the present leader. And he's going to encourage the tightening of relationship between Ghana and Burkina Faso and Mali, Guinea, Chad, and on, because they now have formed a confederation of Saharan states, which now is expanding, and even Nigeria is asking to join, and so on and so forth. So what I'm saying that, yeah, we are in bad situation, but there's still hope, because Marcus Garvey always thought that with order and organization, and knowing that we can manifest the greatest good in ourselves, we know that there's a possibility that Africa can redeem itself. Hello?
Thank you, Brother Samuel. Good to hear your voice as always. It's been a few weeks since I've seen you. So thank you so much for coming on the call.
Thank you very much.
Brother Clyde. All right.
Yeah, I just sent him another message. Brother Clyde, and Brother John, I have one of my guests on, a very important guest to our division. He said he has tried to download a Zoom app. That didn't work. He tried to find a number to call, and that's not working. So what can he do at this point?
This one doesn't have a call in. He would have to have the Zoom app available to participate.
Now, is there anybody that you could get, Brother Randy? Is anybody that you could get to help you download the Zoom? I mean, you probably could. You're more technical. Okay. Yeah, okay. This is a different system, unfortunately. I've got some technicians on the line looking at me, wondering what can be done. And at this point, if you can't access Zoom, there is no telephone number to call. We're going to have to get together and make sure our people have the technology that they need to be able to be a part of these international gatherings that we're on.
Yes.
That's all I can tell you right now. Hold on.
Okay, Brother Shaka, I'll see if I can send somebody over there.
Okay. Clyde says he's going to see if he can send somebody over there. All right.
All our programs, even outside of 421, any of our larger programs have been on the Zoom platform.
Yeah, but he hasn't been on them. Yeah. And then he's got a new phone. You know how that can be, the learning curve.
It's 2025. We got the.
Okay, so
yeah. Typically, if we got the direct dial-in number as well, they can get on. But
all right, Clyde will get back with you, Randy.
So I'll follow up.
All right, bye. All right, Clyde. I told him that you were going to reach out for him. Sorry about that little delay. Let's see. Wonderful program presentation by Brother Samuel. And I realized that he had to go, so I appreciate you all allowing him to come in and to give his brief remarks. And he stayed very close to the 5 minutes too. I hope others do as well. Now I see the room is starting to fill up, but you see, I was a little distracted, John, so I need to know where we are. You tell me.
Well, we've got a participant that raised a hand. Sister Hurlin, you had a question?
Yeah, greetings.
Greetings.
I just got a comment, and I don't know if it's a question, but we speak so. I'll just listen to that man about Africa. You know, I was raised with an African man. I was raised with a Nigerian man. My mom's best friend, one of my mom's good friends, was from Nigeria. I've been knowing him. He's been in my life since I was 3 years old. So I was raised off of food and jollof rice and all that. But we speak so highly about Africa, and that man was speaking all that stuff about Africa, but we don't speak what's really going on, how Africans is treating each other. You know, let's speak how these Africans is treating each other. We got African men.
Okay, hold it, sis. Hold. We don't want to get off of our focus in terms of this program. Now we have people who have prepared presentations so they can make contributions to this discussion about the continent of Africa. Now, if you have a question, we have reserved some time to take all the questions from those who, would like to ask questions of our guests or ask questions of anybody, or make statements. Can I say, John, make comments as well as ask questions. So we're going to have to reserve this for that time. Okay, Sister Hurlin Roberts?
Hurlin, sister.
My name is Hurlin. Hurling, Herlon, hurling.
It's a
I'm
pleasure.
named after my grandmother, so you got to respect that.
Most definitely. Where you from?
Atlanta. That's one of our.
I'm from Atlanta, but all I was saying, we speak so highly on these Africans,
No,
but
I
we don't
understood.
speak
No,
on
sis.
these
I
black men
understood what you
marrying these
said.
young girls.
I understood what you said. I said we're gonna take that up at a later time. We're gonna take that up at a later time, okay?
Yeah, y'all don't want to hear the truth. Y'all want to keep praising these lies.
This is
That's what
I don't want to remove you from this
I
format.
don't care about you removing me. That ain't gonna make me. I'm here to speak the truth, not to wallow in no lies.
Well, this is actually a presentation type style program, not a interactive discussion style.
Until the end.
Yeah, we'll have some time for discussions at the end.
Sure.
Didn't even get to the presentation.
All right.
Please, everyone, please be patient. So, Lady President, you have something you want to bring?
I was just going to comment that the topics Brother Samuel touched on is in that video that I forwarded to the group earlier, that on the Pan-African Daily TV, they touch on a lot of those topics. For those of us who are not up to speed, a lot of those topics were touched on. So that video that I sent in the group would be a great reference, a lot of historical things as well. Vice first.
Vice first. Thank you, Lady President. Okay.
As Lady President, a lot of us also follow those videos on YouTube that pertain to the different things that are happening on the continent of Africa. What we need to do, Brother John, is at some point put those videos on YouTube. In other words, we have access to the Senas of the world and the Fatimas and other Africans and those on the continent who can, we need to be able to go into Haiti. We watch those videos on YouTube of somebody in Haiti, when we could be there giving firsthand reports on what's going on, firsthand reports on what's happening in Burkina Faso, et cetera, et cetera. And we're going to get to that point eventually. So thank you, Sister Diane. Good point. All right, Brother John.
Next, what we had, did we hear from, and I know we just started. I had a Randy Evans. Was Randy Evans present?
Randy was the one we were just talking to having the problem because he doesn't have the Zoom app. So Clyde is going to work on that. Maybe we'll bring him in a little later. Let's do this, if you don't mind, Brother Clyde and Brother John. When we talk about Africa, Brother Mansong helped us with the history. Sister Diane, I believe it was, helped us with the history from the perspective of the Honorable Marcus Garvey. But you know, a lot of our history, our accomplishments, achievements were stolen. I mean, there are those who in history stole our arts and sciences. The Honorable Marcus Garvey said that in African fundamentalism. So we have a member of our division that wants to talk about the stolen legacy, our stolen legacy. Sister Geraldine or Gerri is not only prepared to discuss our stolen legacy.
Brother Shaka? Yeah,
yes.
I didn't mean to interrupt. Your camera is facing pretty high. We only see the top of your eyes and top of your head. Bring your camera down a little bit. Okay. That's better. That's better.
Okay.
It only caught the top of your eyes and in your head.
Yeah, correct me when I'm wrong.
I've been in that.
Is that better?
Much better. Much better. Thank you, Brother Shaka.
All right. Just for technical purposes, when you're in the screen, your eyes ought to be at least in the top 1/3 of the film so that you're never having your eyes below 1/3. They should never be down there. That's called being in the pit. It is a way of making you look sinister. In this technology, where your eyes are can determine how people see you. They will see you as sinister if your eyes are way down. But if you can get them in that top 1/3 every time you come on, then that's the best thing to do. Now, thank you. Am I still okay?
Excellent.
All right. Now, stolen legacy. Sister Gerri has put a little team together to discuss stolen legacy, what was stolen from us by George M. James. But I need to say this also about Sister Gerri. You all that received the programs for today have been told that we're going to do a second program this evening at 5 o'clock our time, Central Standard Time, at Jerry's venue, where we're going to have a press conference on the posthumous pardon of the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey. So Gerri is a great resource. And let me say, since she probably won't say it, that Sister Geraldine, is also a part of a writers group. Now, writers write. Writers can be a great aid to those who want to tell a story, those who want to produce films, those who want to produce plays. So she's in our division, and we're going to work her and use her talent, because we want to make her stronger and highly successful in the business of writing. So would you all please welcome our sister.
Brother Shaka, while you were introducing Sister Gerri, she was typing in the chat that she needs to reschedule her presentation. She's not ready.
All right, that happens sometimes.
I'll tell you what. Let me go ahead and get Brother Randy on another way, and we'll just kind of get him on.
I thought you were already
audio portion.
We're working on that. So is he?
Yeah.
Is he
so
ready?
We're gonna do it. Can we do it now? Are you all ready?
Yes. My wife said yes.
All right. Let me go ahead and do it. And then also, I'd like to share the screen for him as well.
Okay, great.
You have that ability. You have the authority for the President Clyde.
Okay.
You want to introduce him and his topic, or?
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and get you up just a second.
Excuse me, y'all.
Okay, let me see if y'all can hear him. Go ahead, Randy. Go ahead and say a few words.
Kind of low.
African History Month.
Volume is low.
All right.
Excuse me, y'all. Can y'all hear me? Kulubali?
Yes, we can hear you, man.
I put that information in the chat on Amos Wilson and Karinga's works. And I'm going to have to leave, unfortunately, but Asante Sana 1,000 times to all of y'all for being on such a great forum.
Thank you, my brother.
Thank you, brother.
Right on.
Oh, thank you. Brother Randy, can you speak now?
Yes. Good afternoon. Happy African History Month, February 1st on 2025. Yeah, Saturday. So can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Is it whenever?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Introduce
Okay,
yourself.
whenever you're ready, y'all.
Introduce yourself, Randy, and your topic.
Okay. Yes, good afternoon. My name is Randy Evans. I'm a researcher and a member of the UNIA. My topic is the assassination of Lumumba. And so I just want to give a little brief on the important significance of Lumumba and what he means to the global African world.
Excuse me, Brother Randy. You're breaking up. Is that correct, John? Is that what you're hearing?
Yeah, it was getting a little choppy.
Yeah, it's a little choppy. Let's see what we can do.
Because I know where I am in some dead zones. I'll stay in one spot. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
A little better.
Okay,
Now,
that's why there's dead zones where I am.
Okay,
Okay.
Repeat what you said, please.
Okay, I'll repeat, what I said earlier. One, my name is Randy Evans. I'm a member. Well, I was a co-founder, a member of Global Reach, and I was CEO, president of Global Reach Incorporated. I'm a researcher and my member of the UNIA, and I'm going to just brief talk on the assassination of Lumumba. And basically kind of, the historical significance of his Lumumba and his contribution. So, these are my for neutralization by Belgian and U.S. interests of him, and that's it. So, was that clear and everything? Is it okay?
No, it was choppy again.
There's something about the assassination of Patrice Lumumba.
Yes, we heard that. Clearly heard that. Clyde, can you fix that?
Because I'm not moving. I'm in one spot. So I don't know what's
as close as I can get to the microphone computer.
Let me see. Can you all hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what's going on. Let me see.
If you stay right where you are, we'll be okay.
That's what I'm saying. I was in one spot. Can you hear me now?
Continue.
Yes. Continue.
Okay, can you hear me now? So I think this should be it. I guess so. Hopefully, is that better?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Okay. Basically, my talk is going to be on the assassination of Lumumba. Okay? And so that's the reason why I just think it's important that people understand historical significance of Patrice Lumumba and what he stood for in terms of, the whole global African world, in terms of revolution and social movement, social change. All right?
Go ahead, continue.
Okay, hold on for a second. I don't want to make sure. Hold on for a second, real quick. Okay. Thanks for holding on real quick. I just want to make sure I have everything together here. I got everything set up. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. Well, my topic basically, like I said, is the assassination of Patrice Lumumba, the Prime Minister of the Belgian Congo. And I just want to inform people that Patrice Lumumba was assassinated on January 17th, 1961, right? And basically was Zaire, but now the Democratic Republic of the Congo, or Democratic Republic of the Congo. So Patrice Lumumba was a charismatic, popular leader with extraordinary skills of persuasion. And the reason why he was targeted is because he basically, his whole African worldview. He was a Pan-Africanist and a nationalist, right? And he was not a communist. As a matter of fact, he had criticism of colonialism as well as nationalism. As a matter of fact, in one of his presentations in the late 50s, 1950s, I think it's about 1978, he had criticized during the Independence Day ceremonies when Democratic Republic of the Congo gained its independence, right? And so on that day, he gave his presentation, whatever. There were certain Belgian officials, as well as people from the Belgian community and Jewish groups were very upset. They were not pleased with his presentation, his criticism, his critique of Belgian colonialism, and also U.S. involvement with the situation. Also, his because how they suffer under colonialism and racism in the so-called Belgian Congo. So there were certain Belgian policymakers, or U.S. policymakers, or Washington policymakers who decided, those who were part of the Washington power structure, that Patrice Lumumba had been targeted for elimination or termination. So what they did was they used a number of people, that they felt were key to this operation. And some of the groups that was involved, including certain individuals, Now I mentioned a couple of the individuals. One of the people that one who gave Tom the assassination order, right, was President Dwight Eisenhower. He made a comment and he met with certain people that was part of the National Security Council Special Group. This group, the National Security Council Special Group, oversees CIA operations, so covert intervention on covert operations, right? And so during this juncture, this period, where President Eisenhower, his last years and year of his administration, he basically did not agree with Patrice Lumumba's criticism himself. And then a number of people started talking, so they were talking, and then of certain people who felt that Lumumba was unacceptable because of his own timing of his presentation, right? So these forces started to organize to action against him, to someone who's pro-Western, or pro-U.S., pro-Belgian interest, right? So what they did was they basically used these different groups, organizations, and individuals who were involved in this various operations. And I'll give you the names of these people now. Some of the people that was involved was Joseph Mobutu, who was a military man. He was a sergeant in the military, African military. Okay, he was a part of the Congo military. Okay, and he was one of the people. He was the kind of for the CIA operation. The CIA tried to educate people involved in the situation. And other person was involved with Frank Carlucci, who was CIA officer. And this guy was well established. Frank Carlucci was a former Reagan secretary.
Volume went down.
As well as ambassador to Portugal, and he also, as a former Reagan secretary, left the administration. He joined the Carlisle Group. I'm curious for real, the Carlisle Group. He's a defense contractor that was created more than 30 years ago. Okay, and he was one of the people who joined the Carlisle Group in 1989. As a matter of fact, he was one of the individuals who allegedly was the person who had the body of Patrice Lumumba in his car. He was driving out with the body of Patrice Lumumba in his car. Matter of fact, some of the sisters in the so-called Belgian Congo attacked him in the neck. Okay, attacked Frank Carlucci because none of them knew who he was. Okay, knew the different organizations and stuff that he was part of and stuff. So he was one of the people, Frank Carlucci. Then the other one was Lawrence Devlin. Lawrence Devlin was the Congo CIA station chief. Lawrence Devlin. Then you have Alan Dulles. Alan Dulles, whose brother John Foster Dulles was Secretary of State, right? U.S. Secretary of State. So he was also involved. CIA Director Alan Dulles. Okay, and then you also have Moshe Shombe. Shombe was used also to destroy Lumumba. Okay, and then you also have Harold Dias, right? Harold Dias. He was the Belgian Minister of African Affairs. Okay, and so you have these various individuals from the Belgian Congo, as well as those from the U.S., as well as certain European officials. You also have
Brother Randy.
Brother Randy, you've given us enough information to make us dig for more information. I mean, that was really beautiful to talk about Patrice Lumumba, especially in the light of so many African leaders, both at home and abroad, that have been murdered, that have been assassinated. Now, because we're having some challenges, we'll have to stop at this point with maybe a closing remark from you, and we'll see as best we can how we can understand it, because it's still a little choppy. So can you give us a closing remark, please?
Okay, and we're going to show some of the books also that he addressed. Well,
You can also device and plug it with that.
players and stuff. But the answer is that reason why I like said that they targeted him because
Yeah, here.
of the U.S.
Okay, Randy, we're going to have to stop there.
So Muqqarrabah was having problems with the U.S. because he reached out to the U.S. to assist him. You know, since he could not reach anyone to assist him, he reached out to the Soviets. That's the reason why he targeted. This was during the Cold War period.
Brother Randy,
so
Brother
there was
Randy,
clash U.S. and Soviet Union stuff because because this whole Cold War, it was kind of a clash of.
Randy, thanks so much. We're still having some audio difficulty. I'm sharing the books that you suggested. There's one more, CIA in Africa. So we kind of see, I think, the modus operandi that was used by the colonial powers, keeping their ability to keep their thumb on the continent and make sure that we're feeding them, but they're not feeding us on the continent. So when from independent thought, we see what lengths that they would go through. And so I think that's the important thing. We have to understand those opposition powers against us and make sure that we don't allow those same mistakes, because they were able to recruit a number of people, opposition parties, etc. In this case, Mobutu Sese Seko in the Congo. So, so as long as we understand that, we don't make those same mistakes over and over again. So that's that happen. Thank you.
I agree.
thank you, Brother Clyde, for following him in, and thank him for his presentation. We're again.
Okay, thank you so much, Brother Randy. Appreciate you.
We'll be saving questions.
Were there any questions?
To the end. No, we're not going to do questions right at the presentation. We never get finished. So let's see now. Brother John, let me go back to our fearless leader.
Yes, sir.
Where we at?
Okay, great. Thank you, Brother Randy. Sister Geraldine said that she would be ready at the top of the hour, so we'll hold off for Sister Geraldine. Dr. Nancy Davis, I feel like we said that name.
Is she still there?
Dr. Nancy was.
Well, if you saw her, did you see her in the room?
No, I think I may have just read it a couple times.
Okay, all right.
I see Fatima Traore.
Yeah, she is I just need to say something about our member Nancy.
Okay.
Because I think everybody would have enjoyed hearing from her. She is the president of an organization founded by Dr. Carter G. Woodson. He founded the study of Association for the Study of Negro Life and History. And they have an organization here in Chicago that's the Association of the Study of African American Life and History. So they work in the same vein as Dr. Carter G. Woodson in pointing out the significance of our history and how, we've been denied our greatness because they've distorted it and lied on us. And so she was going to come and just in behalf of the Carter G. Woodson's organizations, give the greetings to us and thank us for this wonderful program. So I'll stop there, John.
With that, I believe the next guest that we have scheduled for the program, I believe it's Sister Fatima Traore from Chicago.
Now, Sister Fatima is here as a guest of Brother Sena. Now, I have to ask Brother Sena, does he want his guest to go first, or would he like to go before his guest? Or would he like to even introduce his guest? And the reason I say that, brothers and sisters, is that he's a talk show host. So he's good at introducing people because he's been doing it for 100 years. So, Brother Sena, what would you like to do for your guest?
You know what? Amen to that. I received those number of years. I want to live to be 100 and more. So
All right, my brother.
Thank you, brother Shaka.
They can look at you and tell you're not that old, though. Okay.
I'm trying. Thank you. It's good to be here again, gentlemen. Brother Clyde, thanks for helping to coordinate and putting it together. So I go by Sena, the host of the Progressive Mind Show. We've been doing and promoting the diaspora in the city of Chicago for over 8 years, for about 8 years now, because we understand the power and the significance of our connecting and the impact that it can bring to global Africans. So I'll just give a short presentation, and I'll let my colleagues come in who are from Africa. I mean, they're Africans living in America, living in the diaspora. So let me put it that way. So before I continue, before I introduce them quickly, Brother Sam, who spoke from Ghana, brother, I know I can tell you are a Ghana man from Greater Accra. And if that is so, this is just me saying greetings to you. Thank you for a presentation. So, brother Sam, if you can hear me, greetings to you. So we have brother Hasseen, who is going to give a brief presentation on Mauritania. He's a Mauritanian living in the diaspora, Chicago to be precise. This brother is a warrior. Okay. We all know, if we don't know, Mauritania is the last stronghold of modern slavery. And so what is happening is that we have some individuals in Chicago who are helping to fight that. And Hasseen is like one of those warriors who have helped and still helping to fight slavery in Mauritania. He's had to work and run to places like Senegal, Gambia. So this brother, man, is a blessing to our race and our time. So he'll be doing that, and we would like to know how much time we have for this presentation. So, President John, maybe when I'm done talking, please let us know how much time. You can let me know now so I can continue, please.
You got a good 5 minutes, my brother.
Thank you very much. Next to Hasseen, and I would like, so next to Hasseen is Sena. She's okay. So there are two Senas here. I'm the first, and the other Sena is a second. She's a female. So I'm just going to use my authority to bully her and say my authority as a brother and a friend to her to bully her and say I'm the first and she's the second. But she's the queen. She's the first. So Sena is from Eritrea, Ethiopia. She's Eritrea Ethiopian, and so she's going to come through. She knows a bit much about that place and that East Africa community. She's also going to speak briefly on Congo. We were trying to get a professor from Congo who lives in Chicago to be on the show on the call today, but unfortunately he couldn't make it. So Sena will be doing that. And then we also have Fatima, of course, who is from Mali. Fatima is a strong, staunch, prolific queen in Chicago who has led a number of movements to the benefit of African women who are here and the diaspora at large. And so she'll be speaking on Mali and Burkina Faso to the best of her ability. Please pardon us that we will not claim to be the experts of the subject matter that we're going to be talking about, but by being from there and having taken it upon ourselves to keep working for Mother Africa and the diaspora, we have garnished or we have informed ourselves of the realities on the ground, which will be beneficial to this conversation. So I think those are the three aside me, which makes it four. And so I'll just end here and before I end and relinquish the rest of the time to my colleagues. And I'd like Sena to come after me because she has a hard stop at 1. So Sena should come after me, and then we will have Fatima and Fatima, and then our brother Hasseen. So with that much I do, let me close out by saying, and adding to what Brother Sam said, great things are happening. The president of Ghana is very Afro diaspora minded or pro diaspora. Let me put it that way. We had a past president for the past 8 years in Ghana who tooted to the world and carried himself as a champion of the diaspora and the Black community and someone who wanted to stand for Africa. This is a president who said, Africa beyond aid. And he turns around to go to the same people begging for money. This is a true fact. This is a reality. Now we have a president who is not doing that. He just started. Our anticipation is that he's going to stand for the diaspora and for Africa. At least from what we are seeing, by him being in government for just 1 month, we are seeing positive moves. And why do we say that? During his inauguration, he had Traore there, Ibrahim Traore. He had a lot, I'll say, one of the inaugurations that drew so many leaders from the African continent, probably in modern history. And right after that, he also traveled to these African countries to literally, to personally thank them and to foster the relationship with them. Why? Because he understands that the time for Africans to coordinate and unite and be strategic about our unity and our working together as Africans is here. And he only has 4 years. And so we believe that he's taking the right steps to garnish that support that African leaders need, or perhaps he needs, to be able to promote and push the Africa diaspora unity agenda. This is what we believe. I'll say that we are blessed to have a relationship with him. I personally, and I told Brother Shaka this, I sent him some pictures. I personally worked with him when he came to Chicago in 2018. I'm talking about the current president now, President John Mahama. When he left power, he had a first term from 2011 to 2016. So when he came to Chicago on a diplomatic visit, I was blessed to, I would say, protocol for him. And we have been building the relationship between him and the diaspora since then, up until 2023. And now he's president. So we want to leverage that in the days to come to see how it benefits the global agenda of the diaspora and, of course, the vision of UNIA. Having said this, last thing.
Yeah, last minute, Brother Sena.
Yes, last minute, yes. Is that Ghana and now Benin is now issuing visa-free and citizenship to diasporans. And we only see this trend increasing in the days to come. And so there is hope for the Black nation. The time for our connectivity and our unity, we see it at its prime. Everything that's going on around the world, like I think President John, you said, is speaking and is moving us closer and closer to our destiny as Black people. Brother Sam, no, my brother from Ghana said about how the Chinese are speaking their language and how other foreign entities, the other countries and Europeans are coming to Ghana. There's a clamor for Africa resources like never before. So my message to the diaspora always is, it's good for us to have this conversation, but it will be even better if we are able to sojourn to the continent like everybody else is. And when we do, let's be intentional about integrating with the people, hence the language. Because Nelson Mandela once said, if you talk to a person, you speak to their head. But if you speak their language, you're speaking to their heart. The Chinese know why they are learning African languages. Europeans, they like to speak like us because they know that is what makes them assimilate and makes us accept them more. It's a whole psychology thing. And so I'll end by saying that we have this hope than never before, and we are confident that as we keep these conversations going, the diaspora being the key to Africa's growth and development, so is Africa, the continent, home to the diaspora when it comes to our resources and our culture. Thank you for giving me the time, and I'll yield the rest to Sena.
Thank you, Brother Sena.
Thank you.
Is it Sister Sena up next?
Yes, that's me.
Go ahead. Take your time. You got a good 5 minutes.
Okay, fantastic. I'll make sure to utilize of that time. Thank you, Brother Sena. Sena, both the same. I'm really happy to be here. Thank you for the organizers and thanks for attendees who are really came together on the first of this very important month. And I was just reading some of the news that's coming from DOJ and some of just the I'm immigrant from Africa, like my brother lived here for 25 years in Chicago area. And it's just the news just like it's so painful. And I also was just listening quickly, and I apologize, I do have to leave at 1 o'clock, but I will listen on my phone while I'm traveling. So that's why you see two of my name, because I enter with the phone and then the computer, and I'm going to be leaving shortly. And the sister who also raised a very important question, that is legitimate question, you know what I'm saying? Because for me, someone who have a little background of an African-American history and the laws, and so I know about some of the stuff that a lot of new migrants come into America that look like African-Americans, but have no knowledge or no, forget experience, even heard of the journey, the path that whatever leverage they might have, whether that is just being able to be yourself, whether that is the scholarship that we get, whether that is the job that we get, how we got to where we got to. So many of our community lacks, and actually written a book about 10 years ago, 11 years ago, 2013, 2014, and I dedicated one chapter, and then I talked about the luxury that the African diaspora, such as like myself, enjoy, have no clue how we got here. But then at the same time, also, for me, I wrote about it 10 years ago because when I moved to DC and I saw the difference between Africans and African Americans, because in Chicago, at least where I lived, there was no such a thing difference. Even though we have an accent, I felt like I was Black. I was cool and I was loving it. But then I got to DC and there was such a division, such as I'm like, oh, we don't go that part. That's for the Black people. And it just broke my head. And so I wrote a whole chapter on that in my book. But today, 10, 11 years later, that crack have gotten even bigger. And now we have the kind of policies that is going back 1960s and taking back the small gain this community makes, got. But then again, I'm not forgetting myself, the benefit that I ripped and why I ripped, and I wish I could educate my African diaspora. I have no clue that can walk with their chest up so high. But I wanted to say I feel that, and I know what the young sister who was speaking, I wish she waited and we can have a conversation. But I'm like Brother Sena said, that I am from Ethiopia and I'm a little bit knowledge about Congo, Somalia, a little bit, as well as the whole of East Africa. And I have about 3 more minutes. But anyway, the issue at hand to me is so much is happening. The war around the world, as you guys know, DRC, as we talk, the heartbeat of the world where so much mineral comes, there's really no government to begin with. Whatever small stability that have, as we talk, obviously there is even rampant move by M23. M23, you guys probably know more than me, and I just did a brief reading about it, and I know a little bit because I was gonna bring in my colleagues, her dad, whom Sena mentioned, is professor, so as you can imagine, he will know a lot more, is that M3 stands for, I think, the agreement, the opposition or the armed group made in March 2009, but then they feel like the government did not adhere or did not uphold to that, and now so they're coming to power. But Congo have not really been in a country that have provided security to its people. And as Brother Sena say, you have Chinese there, you have so many countries that just benefited ripping at the price of the local people. And the local people, of course, they have hand in it by enabling this. But then I come from Ethiopia, where I am pretty expert on Ethiopian situation. And as you guys probably heard, Ethiopia was a civil war 2 years ago. There was a genocide that happened. Over 1 million plus people have died in Ethiopia. Ethiopia is such a great country once upon a time, but today the violence because of what's happening in Sudan, the complete civil war, the failed states of Eritrea, Somalia. So it's like nobody's even talking about Ethiopia. So if you look at the grand picture of Africa, it's just you see nothing but chaos. But that trail of chaos, the way I see it, we are bringing that trail of violence, hate, division so much into the African American. But I wish this conversation is much more broader, that where the African also can speak up and the truth that must be spoken, because too much sugarcoating is what got us here, left the continent, brought that here, and that division is also creating even further division, where the certain policy, whether it's for in the 14th Amendment or whichever amendment you look at, is made for not exclusively for one group of people, but obviously there are a group of people who are supposed to benefit. But then when you look at the end of that benefit, that group never get on any of the name is that, but the benefit in any of it, when you look at it, I was just reading something, is 4% of DEI is African American or Black, if African American is like, but the name is that. So it's like, anyway, I am way long.
30 seconds. 30 seconds. You're good. You're good.
I'm done. I wanted to thank you. I apologize. I lost track of time. I didn't want it to go over time, and that's it. Thank you.
I didn't want to stop you. That was a lot of good information. I wanted to hear more. Brother Sena, I believe there was another individual, Sister Fatima.
Yes, Fatima. Yes. Fatima, if you're online, please go ahead.
Saw the name. Fatima Traore.
Yes.
You're on mute, Sister Fatima.
Greetings.
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 Go ahead, Sister Fatima. You got a good 5 minutes.
Okay. My name is Fatima. I'm the president of the Illinois Association of Hairbreeders, and I'm a board member of the Malian Association here in Chicago. I'm also a board member of Mali Relief. I'm a citizen afterwards. Also to call observe, because I see we have a lot of elders here. I appreciate you all for the opportunity. Thank you, Sena, for the invite. I was born in Burkina Faso. I'm a Malian citizen, now an American citizen, since we don't have dual citizenship. When you talk about Mali now, you're talking about Burkina, you're talking about Niger, because we put an alliance together that is, we're no longer a part of the ECOWAS. We withdraw ourselves from there. So we now the Alliance of Sahel State. And we cannot say enough of the situation that is happening throughout the world, not only in West Africa, Central Africa, South Africa, anywhere for that matter. And being here is kind of like overwhelming to me. However, time is of essence for us to get united and to build the mentality of growth beyond the pain, because the diaspora need a strong leadership. The diaspora need a leadership that is more based on rebuilding what has been broken more than divisiveness. However, the issues make us take certain route that, you know, if you want to talk about certain things, you need to differentiate. You need to be careful about how to tackle those things. Our heart goes out to those who lost their life with, I'm not going to say inequality, but our brothers and sisters in the Congo, our brothers and sisters in Libya, our brothers and sisters anywhere in the world for that matter, because the gun is not made by us, but is used by us. And when we fight in the fight of killing terrorists, we're killing our own kind, because the terrorists have changed the way of playing the games. They're training us to kill each other. And we're losing a lot of our children because unfortunately they're hungry, they need to be fed, and they're getting money from the bad people to get trained against their own brothers and sisters. That's just in a nutshell what I have to so far speak on. I'm open for any questions in regard of the IOS. And back home in Africa, our leaders are trying their very best. It's not going to be an easy pill to swallow. However, they are determined with the constituent, which is the population, to do all it takes for our boat to go the right direction and to take Africa to the next level. The mindset is there. The economy should be on the rise because we showing every day that we're the one in charge of our own natural resources. And we're trying also to educate our citizens that slowly but surely truth will prevail and we are going to win the fight. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Sister Fatima. Excellent, excellent. I had a brief question, and it's all related to this. I know we're not supposed to have questions. You said that something about citizenship. You had to relinquish one of your citizenships. Sister Fatima, you're on mute. Okay, well, I'll come back to that later. Brother Sena, was that your guest?
No, yeah. Next is Hasseen. I think he's the last to speak. From the African side.
Brother Hasseen.
Yes, from Mauritania, in Chicago.
See him on the. You see him in the participants.
No, his name. I think he has on the admin. But Hasseen, unmute yourself.
You're mute.
There you go. Yep.
Greetings.
Hasseen, we can hear you now.
Yeah, you hear me now?
Yeah. We hear you
now. Assalamu alaikum. How you doing, brothers and sisters?
Doing good.
My name is Hasseen. My English is not, but I'm speaking a little bit.
You're good.
Yeah. I'm from Mauritania. Mauritania is close to Mali, close to Senegal, close to Morocco, close to Algeria. Yeah, and I'm Vice President Community Mauritanian in Chicago. I'm a militant slavery, and my father and my grandfather was a slave in Mauritania. I'm a victim there, but yes, my father, he was slave, but Alhamdulillah, I'm have chance. I'm born in Nouakchott. I'm go to school at school to before university. That helped me more to be no slave. But I'm all time I'm fight the system. He applied the slave in my country, Mauritania. And last 2 years right now, I'm here in Chicago. But all time, you know, and I forgot to tell thank you, brother son. Thank you so much to meet me with the beautiful people here, all the brothers and sisters. Thank you so much. And now I'm come here all time. Yes, this is Mauritania in desert Sahara. I'm real African, more African, not just the name. I'm African, 100%. Yeah. And here have the community all time. I teach the people how to respect, how to can do something, how can use your experience to be help the people there, because 2025 still have slavery in my country. A lot of people he don't know that. He think just in Ghana or just in South Africa, but still in 2025 still have slavery. And the black people in my country, a tribe, his name Haratin. That's all of us 50% is a slave. But now the system, he changed this, he make slave in the mantle. And not physically, but he make him in the mantle. If you not live in the capital, you live the other like other
regions.
Yeah, outside you be all time the system he make the people slave. No education.
Admin, are you able to mute everybody?
Yeah. And when I was in Mauritania 2014, the governor he need to make me in jail because all time I go out, I talk with the people, all time I fight the system to be stopped that. And one day this is Mauritania. And one day he need to bring me to jail. I go to Senegal. I cannot stay there. And the police he come to take my mom. He arrest my mom. He tell him if Hassan no back, we be make you in jail. And that's time I'm in the Senegal. I cannot leave because he take all my friend militant in the jail. I tell now I cannot stay. I will send the message. I will let people know what happened there. I will let the people know what's going on in the country. Because if you see the country, you think this is all the white people. The white people is 10% population. Because before Mauritania, it's Ile de Ghana. It's named Ile de Ghana before that. But the more Barbar he come a little bit, and now he give him the name Mauritania. And before this name, he give him Murabitoun. But this country for the black people. And now, with the people come a little bit, we make the people colonize, French colonize. He let the system, he let the people, no justice. Never be have justice. And no education. That's let me all time, I have dream to be changed something for my people. To be let people know, everyone know what he will do. Because now when I'm coming here, I think a lot of problem with education. If someone no go to school, the young people no go to school, 10 years coming, nothing change, because the system he make you in the box, like in the box, you cannot go out. Just no, you cannot do this. No, I'm not understand if the people understand my
Yes,
my
we understand what you're saying, brother.
to be,
We understand. Yep.
yeah.
Hassan, we understand perfectly. Yep.
Yeah, and now I'm so happy to meet the beautiful people, to see the diaspora be together and do something for Africa, not talk, do something. Because a lot of people just talk, okay, I'm leader, I'm African, but he look, he never go there to be see. You be go there to see one time, maybe, to help people. I think I take a lot of time. This is my first time to talk with the people like this.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
I'm very happy and appreciate for everybody.
You're welcome, brother. You're welcome. And if I may just add just 5-10 seconds.
Go ahead.
Brother Hassan is a genius when it comes to chef. He's a chef. He's a talented chef. He currently lives with our brother Rhymefest. Rhymefest is part of the group called the Abolition Institute, who are working and fighting slavery. This brother, when he talks about being a militant, he had to be that to fight slavery in his country, where majority of the people there are Black, but they have been dealt with as though they don't exist. And so as a young man with family, wife and children, he had to risk everything. Running into Senegal, his brother had to smuggle him to Senegal. And when he was at Senegal, he was still fighting slavery through social media. This brother was so brave when his other people, his other militants and friends were arraigned before the court and were being jailed. He was called before the judge. And he told the judge that you were a racist. This brother here, man, he's a blessing to us. Like, I have not seen a bold man. Like, there are so many bold men. I'll give you all credit. All the men on here are not to you guys. This is by your work and by you being here. It's a testament to your boldness and your bravery. All the men on this platform. But when I sat down and I spoke to our son, when I met him, and Brother Shaka, if you meet him, you can feel it. You can feel the warrior spirit. And for everything he stood for and has sacrificed for, just to stand for his people and to have made it here through the odd circumstances and still working, to help his people, I think is very, very commendable. So it's my honor to have known him and to working with him, and I'm glad that he's been able to present here. He's truly an asset, and I believe that in the days to come, we can all collectively work together for the good of our people. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Sena.
Yeah.
And don't say if I meet him. Let's make it happen.
You will meet him.
Right?
You're going to meet him.
That was
powerful.
powerful.
Instead of saying if, say when.
Yes. 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 You will meet him. Yes.
That was a powerful 4-piece right there with the 4 representatives speaking directly from experience from the continent. So that's thank you, Brother Sena, Sister Sena, Sister Fatima, and Brother
Hasseen.
Okay. Thank you. Whew. Yeah. Brother Shaka, we're approaching the top of the hour. I believe.
Is Sister ready, Gerri?
Sister Geraldine, yeah. Sister Gerri, is she? I hadn't seen anything.
Yes, I am, guys. Hi, can you guys see me?
Yes, yep. Sister Geraldine.
Okay, great.
Sister Gerri?
Yes.
Them glasses that you're wearing. Now, here's what I need, Sister Gerri. Okay. I need to figure out how to raise your glasses up to at least the top third of the screen. Yeah. Whoa. Yes. Yeah. You went back down.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah. There you go.
Is that it?
Is that
Okay.
it, John? All right, Sister Gerri.
Is that now I'm in the right place, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're properly framed. Now,
Okay.
I wanted to just again let brothers and sisters know that you are a writer, you're part of a writers organization, many things, and you will be hosting the press conference this evening on the posthumous pardon of the Honorable Marcus Mosiah Garvey. So we have some African American media that will be there. We have Nation of Islam. We have the Moors that'll be there. There are so many groups who they know. They stand on the shoulders of the Honorable Marcus Garvey. So that'll be this evening at 5 o'clock at her place. All right.
Well, thank you. What an introduction. It's the second one, so it sounds so good. It's kind of, a little, I felt some kind of way not to be ready the first time. So again, welcome all of you. I just want to give you the address of the meeting, and that's at 51st and Cottage Grove. It's 810 East Hyde Park Boulevard, but it's pretty simple. It is right across the street from Walgreens. It's the Senior Citizen Building, and we are meeting on the top floor. Come there and you can come to the top floor, and you can even park in back and come through that way to join us at 5 o'clock. So just so you guys know, I just want to start with that again. And I am Gerri Hudson, the actual founder of the Hyde Park Writers Group. And it is an honor to be a part of this program today. What a great program that has been put together. I've learned so much, and that's exactly what I've done every time that I've been with the UNIA. Now, my other partner who will be there at 5 is not here, but I'm going to do my best. I'll tell you that I'm going to do my very best at representing our organization and representing what was shared with me by my partner, David Dixon, who is a powerful speaker and historian and teacher, and I am a teacher as well. But I want to start like this, guys. And you can respond in the chat, and I know we're not really responding, so we're not asking questions, but I'm going to start with questions. What is education? I always start with questions, and you can put it in the chat. It can be many things to many people, but just for the purposes of now, we're going to say that it's the transfer of knowledge. It is the transfer of knowledge. And why do I bring that up? Because what we're talking about, stolen legacy, which he introduced earlier from a man named George G.M. James, talked about in Stolen Legacy, he talked about education coming from Kemet and coming from Africans, that education was actually founded by Africans, that the university, liberal arts, was founded by Africans, meaning that the transfer of information was started by none other than yourself. And why is that information being hidden? Why are you hiding that? I'm going to be asking a lot of questions. Why can't you say that I was the first person who came up with the idea of transferring information from one man to another one? You can't transfer anything in America without a document. I am a writer. You have to transfer. How can you transfer your house in America? With a written document. You must be able to write in order to transfer anything in America. You must have. And what is education? It is writing is actually getting on the same page. That is what writing is. It's the form of getting on the same page, agreeing, cooperation, consideration, legal, actually the definition of a contract. You got to be competent. You got to be the ability to get on the same page. Without writing in education, that is impossible. So George G.M. James wrote his book, and he published his book in the South in the time of Jim Crow. Now, you all are not going to be surprised. I'm going to wait till the end because I don't want you to write it because you already know what happened to him. What would happen if you share information about something to people who did not know that they invented education? So what is history? The history is supposed to be the transfer of past information, if things that happened in the past. So stolen legacy, George M. James says that actually Kemet, where education started, where universities started, that the contributions of people that the Greeks have named were not the actual originators of any of that, that Alexander the Great came in and stole the books and then burned down the library. That he burned the books and stole down so that they could not transfer information anymore the way that they had before. So, and again, right now, I'm not going to be long after this. Right now, the University of Chicago, we're from Chicago, and that's why I'm bringing it to Chicago. We have, over at the University of Chicago, we have a museum. This is the other question I was going to ask. Where is Africa Town in America? We've got Ukrainian villages in America. We've got Chinatown. We've got everywhere. Where is Africa Town? We got all these African American. Where is Africa Town? So I go in schools doing this. You see, and by the way, I get put out of schools. Y'all ain't shocked, because all I do is ask questions. Oh, baby, they are not ready for me. Okay, I just come in. Where's Africa Town? You done already started something. Because then I bring this up. At the University of Chicago, Rockefeller has a museum over there of it's Egyptian, Kemet. It's all of the art from Africa, and he calls it the Oriental Institute. Look it up. He funded it. And then he said, let me tell you what else he did after that. He told them when they first put it over there, he said, those things are too dark. You can't, I'm insulted. I will not fund this. I will not fund this museum with them being that dark. That is an insult to every white man in this country. That's what Rockefeller said. So they changed the color of the statues. If I'm lying, look it up. Right here. And they call it the Oriental Institute. So why don't they want anything named after you? Why don't they want it named after us? We've got to ask about what that energy really means. So, what is a writer? He's somebody that gets everybody on the same page so that they can at least agree to disagree with some honor. You don't have to agree with everything. I go into schools, I say, hey, I'm here to be wrong. I don't have to be right about everything I say. The kids fall in love already. Because I'm not here being perfect, but at least consider and ask for yourself some questions about why it is that you cannot be trained by your own kind and why your name cannot be seen in the lights. I am finished.
Thank you.
Great timing as well.
Beautiful. That was powerful.
Thank you, Sister Gerri. Yeah, I recall Baba Runoko Rashidi taking us through that Oriental Institute. One of the last trips he made before he transitioned, but the last trips he made to Chicago. And he held those tours. So thank you for bringing that up.
Okay.
And I think that from a program standpoint, that wraps up the 429 representatives. Brother Clyde, President Clyde, did you want to have any final comment on behalf of your division and the representatives before we move to 407? Looks like it's up next.
Yes, if I could have our dear Dr. Nancy Davis, I see you joined us a moment ago. If you would like to just talk a little bit about ACL. Brother Shaka was able to do some of that. Then can I get into current day technology and the business, or you want me to wait till later on the program for that?
Yeah, wait for that one. Okay. Thank you. So, Sister Nancy.
Yes. Oh, I just want to say thank you so much for inviting us, and thank you for Shaka for talking about the Hall branch of the Association for the Study of African American Life and History. We are still forming this branch, and we invite everyone to join us. Our goal is to work with the Chicago Public Schools, as many as possible, to try to ensure that the schools that are named after African American history figures, that information is being taught in the school about that figure. And we're now working with Arthur Ashe School. And we are working on the flag initiative, which I just got some information on, and also with the DuSable in general. And the DuSable has an African American Studies curriculum they're offering from January to June, and so we're kind of trying to work with them to help them, support them, and also get make a couple of, I hate to use the word demands, of the museum, one of which was the flag, and the second of which concerns the exhibit, the John Tweedle photography exhibit of King's visits to Chicago. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Nancy. That will conclude the Division 429.
Wait, 1 second, please. I'm sorry.
Yes, Sister Gerri.
I forgot to say this. This was supposed to conclude it, but George G.M. James was found in the South with his tongue cut off.
Huh.
The actual author of Stolen Legacy.
Okay.
We need to know that.
I didn't hear about that part of it.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
Okay, that's it.
Okay, thank you. I'm on mute. Thank you, President Clyde, First Vice President, Brother Shaka. Great representation from Division 429. Pajoof, you got a hand up, Pajoof?
Oh, he's here. That's one of my guests here in Chicago.
Is he 429 representative as well?
Yes.
He's speaking on the program?
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Let me welcome him. I reached out to Pajoof at the last minute, so I knew there was a challenge for him and some of the other brothers and sisters to come on because it was the last minute. But you know how it is when you feel that you haven't done all you can do to make a program a success. So, early in the morning, I'm calling him, waking him up to come and to also come to our program this evening. So Brother Pajoof and I have struggled around the concept of Nkrumahism. We've studied around the concept of Pan-Africanism. And he used to always say, for Africa, the only solution was the revolution. And so this is our revolutionary brother Pajoof. I hope he's here to make his brief remarks as well, Brother John.
Please, Brother Pajoof, you there? You want to come off mute? Pajoof, you're on mute still. I'm going to lower your hand, Brother Pajoof.
We can send him something in the chat room. Go ahead, Brother John.
Okay, we'll come back. We'll come back around to Brother Pajoof. Let me check my participants tab one more time.
Now, while you're doing that, let me just say hello to Ross Marvin. I mean, I've been seeing him here since I got here, and it's just, a love for this brother. I know you love him too, John. That makes me have to pause and say, hello, Brother Ross Marvin. It's good to see you, my brother.
President Ross, you want to welcome, greet the family? You got a second? You at your computer? Oh, man, he might not be there.
But it's a pleasure seeing him. Go ahead, Brother John.
Not a problem. With that, he turned off mute when I'm trying to talk. With that, thank you again, Chicago. Great representation. Great representation on this topic. Can we have Zoom? Sister Muqqarrabah, you would be our Division 407 representative with Brother Mensah Salim. I don't see Brother Mensah. Oh, I do see Brother Mensah. Sister Muqqarrabah, you want to come on first, and then we'll bring in President Brother Mesah, former President Brother Mesah. Sister Muqqarrabah, you there? Sister Muqqarrabah? Okay, let me try to.
I'm sorry, you couldn't hear me because I was listening on a speaker, external
We hear
speaker.
you now.
So I just want to begin with gratefulness to God, that divine energy that we come from, that melanin blue blackness, they call carbon, that is radiating with energy and alive and dwells within us. Whew. I got out of breath jumping on the bed, on the seat. I must say that I am dedicated to uplift our race, and with that in mind, I went over to visit Freetown, Sierra Leone this past year. I was there for 2 months, and I got to meet the people and see their condition. And while I was there, I wrote 3 proposals, and we sent off about 10 applications for loans. Hopefully, it will come through. There are 2 million children over there that are street children, they call. And they call them that because they have to live and fend for themselves. Their parents have died. Sierra Leone had a history of Ebola. After that, that went on the news. Then after that, in 2012 was a war, 2017 was a flood, and 2019 was another flood. And a lot of parents got lost, and the war took a lot of husbands from their wives. The women over there go through female genital mutilation, and they go through with not having the rights over their property, even when their husband has died and they built something together. The brother or the uncle or somebody can come and take their possessions over. But I didn't run into that. I ran into a lot of earnest workers that had been volunteering there for the last 7 and 9 years to try to help their people. And the school is going pretty good. It's separate now from the CEO Suleiman, and reorganizing the board. And so with that visit, I came home and I decided that it's time for us to reclaim Africa. And that's going to be the slogan. Reclaim Africa with your skills, abilities, and talents. That's what I got from Brother Ross Myron. Skills, abilities, and talents. Take all your skills, abilities, and talents and go there and refurbish the infrastructure. You know, some of us been working in the water department. We know how to run pipes and have water. Some of us been working in city planning. We know how to plan a city. We know how to. So some of us that aren't on board that know how to create an oil refinery or a mining company. That's what's needed. In Freetown, Sierra Leone, 3 foreign countries come in and take out $100 million worth of resources and only give them $10,000. So while I was there, I wrote the president's wife. I decided that was the way to get in. And she responded on the news because I told her that they needed to take over their resources so they can uplift their people. And that's what I wrote to her. And I figured I could get it. She came on the news, and that's when I got that information about the 3 foreign mining companies. Britain is in there again. They was the ones in the diamond from the beginning, ever since Queen Elizabeth was a little young lady. And she died, she was 80 or 90 years old. And so they've been exporting and taking advantage ever since way back in history, if you want to go back to 1600, something like that. And in Detroit, I have the pleasure to announce that I had did some planning and development to create a health food store. The first one I started in 1973, and it ran for 34 years. And I thought our people was ready because we were making $1 million profit. I said, well, come on, let's buy this apartment building and have that as a resource for the store. And anyway, they didn't listen to me. I have ran into this problem everywhere. I'm a woman, and people don't want to think of me as equal to men. And even though I am equal to man, I am equal to man, but we just have different responsibilities. The women have to be devoutly obedient to their husband so that they can maintain them and protect them. And that doesn't mean a woman doesn't have a mind or an idea and can't lead. Because even Prophet Muhammad, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, let women be amiras over, and we can be over other women. Like I was the lady president at the time when I decided to bring back hope in Africa. So I got the store going, the first one, and now I got the second one is going as a group effort. And we got some Caucasians in it, or European. These were the hippie kids that I started out with at first. Ones who are, and some of them going to be, the lesbians of the movement for Black Lives Matter, because they also tagging that on to LGBT, whatever. You know what I'm talking about. The different transgender, weird, queer, all those titles they want to give themselves. My premise is that my theory is that we have fallen away into all manner of sin from the scriptures, and we are the children of Israel. And if we give up those sins, then we will get back into a good favor and back on top, because some of this stuff has been prophesied in the Bible, and I don't care if you don't want to believe in Christianity or being a Hebrew. Even in Ma'at, you have the things like the Ten Commandments. But instead of saying thou shalt not kill and thou shalt not steal, it says I have not stolen from my brother, that type of thing. And taking more responsibility for yourself, because that's what it basically boils down to. You got to take responsibility for your own individual self. And if you do that, and you get with other people that are like-minded, then we should be able to create a successful paradise earth. And that's my goal in the whole thing. And let me see. Well, that's my take on what's going on right now. I started working over in Sierra Leone in 2017 after the first flood, because the brother Suleiman's house had ran away in a mudslide, and so I began to try to work there. But now I got to reorganize the board and everything for transparency, and I'm going to try and get it involved with trade, and then and I've tried to be a goodwill ambassador to the people there. And so they begging me to come and help them some more. And so I'm going to try and do that. And meanwhile, I'm going to try and organize our people here to understand that that's what's needed to be done, and to understand that don't take up the arms and the weapons. That's not what you have to do, because our Ethiopian national anthem tells us that at night, when the storm clouds suddenly gather, our armies come rushing to thee. So you see how Gaza looked all bombed out and messed up and all the housing gone? Guess what? That wildfire that was, by the way, fueled by a whirlwind, the Santa Ana winds, spread and burned down a lot of them $1 million homes. And it looked just like the Gaza Strip did when they had bombed it. And I said, ooh, woo, chicken coming home to roost. And so I'm grateful and thank you. And that's about all I need to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, my Muqqarrabah. It's always a pleasure to have you with us, and always a pleasure for you to share your insight.
Let's ask the brother Pajoof one more time if he's ready.
Brother Pajoof.
Yes, my brother. Yeah.
All right. I already told him how much I love you, so you can go ahead and get started.
How are you, my brother?
Oh, fantastic.
Africa thanks you. Our mission, as usual, started with Garvey, Nkrumah, and throughout the Pan-African War. Three things that we want to look at right now on the continent of Africa and in the diaspora. One, that African people are at war. Two, that imperialism in the African diaspora is really having us and depriving us from unity. And of course, neocolonialism on the continent of Africa. Now, this is gone by global capitalism in the African world and beyond. And what Garvey taught us from Garvey to Nkrumah is the total organizing of our people towards Pan-Africanism. That's the only way that the Africans in the diaspora can survive and the Africans on the continent can survive. You know, imperialism is strangling us in the African diaspora. And just like in the 60s, we need to begin to reorganize ourselves, starting in 2025 to 2050, to rekindle Garveyism, to rekindle Nkrumahism, so that the African world will forever hear the conditions of our people throughout the diaspora and throughout the continent of Africa. This should be our campaign, that we need to organize our people for that. Now, in the diaspora, we need to begin to enlighten our people again like we did in the 60s about Africa. We are being silent on the continent, in the diaspora about rekindling Africa to connect with the continent, so that the Zionist people who are trying to get into Africa, we will stop it and deprive them from coming into Africa. They are already in the Arab world trying to take Arab land. And I think the next thing you know, they are coming into Africa, because they all are in need of Africa because of the new technology. Yeah, that's number one. Then imperialism, then what is at war? Africa is at war against neocolonialism. Wherever you go in Africa since Obama, there is the militarization of Africa, and they are trying to get armies everywhere on the continent preparing for whatever they have in mind. You know, they have it. They are negotiating with Kenya to have a military base. America is negotiating with Tanzania to have a military base. In Ghana, they have a military base. Hopefully, the new president will eliminate that military base that America has. So the war is very clear, and we must educate our people clearly in the diaspora about the significance and the importance of Africa to the world. So that once we liberate piece of Africa, we can map it out and begin to defend the African people from the Caribbean, from South America, from North America, from wherever we are. Now, neocolonialism in Africa is the dangerous thing. But there are other forces struggling against neocolonialism. And we want to thank and we want to begin to support the three regions, the Sahel region, where you have Burkina Faso, you have Mali, you have Niger, and hopefully we think that Senegal will join and Guinea will join, so that West Africa will become consolidated and prepare for the whole liberation of the continent of Africa. This is the key thing. We need to support Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. We need to all collectively do collective actions in the diaspora, visit it, look at what they're doing, and support them. That way, these people are not going to spread into the continent of Africa, especially coming from the Middle East, coming from the US, to get hold of the continent of Africa. It's the land that is open. China has consolidated Asia, and they will never allow America to be in Asia like they used to. And for us, the propaganda is making Africa, all African people, Black people all over the world, to become more conscious about the condition of Africa, taking it from Garvey all the way down the line to Nkrumah and to everybody, Sekou Touré, and everybody who's a Pan-Africanist, and said this mission is never going to end. We are going to support it. We are going to support to free Africa so that the Africans in the diaspora, everywhere they go, they can freely walk into Africa with their techniques, with technology and everything, and begin to build a land for our people. This is the key thing that is really, in the drawing board as we struggle for the liberation of our people. Now, when we talk about neocolonialism in Africa, we are talking about territories where they are gradually trying to economize the land, the mines that are in the lands, especially Democratic Republic of the Congo. We have neo-colonial agents there. We have people coming in. Goma was taken over this past week, by M23 in the Congo. And we have to fight to get back Goma, to get the liberated territories on the continent, especially in the Congo, People's Democratic Republic of the Congo. We need to look at Mauritania, because there is a relationship between Mauritania, and Morocco, and Morocco is not going to let that go. The neo-colonial instrument that we need to propagandize against right now is the terrorism that's been introduced to the African continent ever since they overthrew Gaddafi. And we must bear that in mind. The Tuaregs that they have chosen and promised them half of Mali, that are now bombarding Mali, that's bombarding Burkina Faso, and that's bombarding Niger, must be destroyed. And the people are doing a good job in the destruction of those terrorist organizations that were created ever since they overthrew Gaddafi. That is the thing that is bombarding Central Africa and the Sahel region. So with that, West Africa must be liberated. If Senegal can join the Sahel bloc.
1 minute, brother. 1 minute, brother Pajoof.
Yeah.
You have 1 minute left to speak, brother Pajoof.
Yeah, 1 minute remaining, brother Pajoof.
Yes.
Just
so
wrap
if
up.
Senegal can join the Sahel region, then we will expand the consolidation of a new force in West Africa, and then begin to organize the rest of Africa. We have to fight the neo-colonial agents in the instruments that they created. People like in Kenya and the different places that they are trying to create an armies to fight against us. That is our struggle, and forever, for the rest of the year, we should form a coalition in Chicago, everywhere, and to begin to fight that coalition forces that are now in Africa. Forward ever, backward never. On behalf of the all African people, the revolutionaries, the African Revolutionary Party and Africans on the Move, we thank you all for doing this job, and we must continue for the rest of the year to work together and to consolidate a new movement. Forward ever, backward never. Thank you.
Pajoof.
Yes.
Good to see you as always.
Thank you.
Dr. Davis, you had your hand up?
I don't know where the handshake thing is anymore. They changed manual. Yes, thank you for that great update. I have a question for you though. And what I see as a problem in this is the interaction between I'm speaking generally now, so obviously I'm not
Okay,
speaking.
but Sister Nancy, hold on one second.
Yes, sir.
Because we kind of established the policy that we would save the questions until the end. Because if everybody asks each one of our guests a question, we'd never get to all of these people. Now, Chicago has made their presentations, and we're anxiously awaiting to hear from Atlanta because there are people.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And so
I may not be. I understand. I may not be able to stay. I had another.
You can put it in the chat room if you like.
That's smart.
That? Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Brother John.
Yes, thank you, Brother Shaka. I think we were in the middle of our Detroit division. We had just finished hearing from Sister Muqqarrabah, and we were preparing to hear from former President, Brother Mesah Salim. Brother Mesah. Brother Mesah, Division 407, Detroit. I'll mute you, Brother Pajoof. You good? Brother Mesah, you there? Okay. All right. Doesn't look like Brother Mesah is at his station. Let's see. Okay, give me 1 second. Let me look back at the. All right. So we will come back to Brother Mesah. Next presenter we had on the list is a representative from Washington, D.C., Brother Mwariamau Kamal. Brother Mwariamau, you there? Brother Mwariamau? You on mute? Brother Mwariamau? Okay. All right, well,
okay.
Proceed. I guess we didn't really provide a program to all the presenters so they know where they were. Let's see, Brother Mwariamau.
Well, and the beauty of that is that when you are adding people at the last minute, you may not be able to put a program together that says who's first, second, third, fourth, and fifth. And then if there's some variables where people have to leave in a hurry and can't stay for the whole program, but we want to hear from them, then you've got to make allowances for that as well. So I think, Brother John, you're doing a fantastic job and it's really moving smoothly forward.
Thank you. We will proceed.
Mwariamau is moving around. Brother Mwariamau, John has been calling you. Can you unmute yourself?
You can see him moving. He's visible.
There he is.
Okay, he's setting up. You good, Brother Mwariamau? You need a minute?
I'm Garvey, born ready.
All right.
Born ready. All right.
Brother, you have the floor. You'll give you a good 5 minutes plus grace period.
I mean, grace period. I wanted to first of all give greetings to all the Garveyites on the phone. On the conference, it's always good to be in the presence of Garveyites. When two or more gather together in his name, Marcus Garvey's in our midst. I want to give a special salute to all the officers, 429, 401, and 407. And definitely want to say to President Shaka Barak, as well as to Queen Kamar Mateen Barak, as well as to President Hargrove and President Emeritus Salim and President Clyde Banks, that Father of all creation, Allah omnipotent,
supreme over every nation, God bless our president. Thank you.
Coming back, so the second stanza, guide him through life victorious, save him from accident, grant him his name's most glorious, God bless our president. Hope you had a nice, safe, productive, and therapeutic time away. From the local division for a couple minutes.
Brother John?
Yes, sir.
That was you.
Um,
Welcome.
you know,
Thank you.
Hard being a first lady. It's good to have a little vacation time, a little self time, and if she's 1/10 the woman as Queen Kamar Mateen, she's going to be strong enough to be able to stand the pressure of being first lady and have her often. So just wanted to say a special welcome back for you. And a couple people said some things I just wanted to quickly address if I can, or just speak to. Well, one for Sister Geraldine talk about African towns. There are actually some African towns, not to the extent that we want them. But in Washington State, there is an African town group. I forgot the brother's name who runs it. Of course, historically, the African town was in Pritchard, Alabama, under Mayor Kojo Lewis, one of the founders of it. But his great grandson today, the Honorable Archbishop John Lewis in Atlanta, also is starting an African town committee to establish African town. But we all, Garvey UNIA division is an African town. So anyway, we're working toward that, and also towards the Honorable George G.M. James, who the first book of quote unquote race consciousness I ever read, one of my favorites. I just wanted to say back when I first read it, I was academically and intellectually starving like Ross Marvin for some information. And I found that book, and boy, it lit me on fire. It led me eventually toward Malcolm X and Marcus Garvey and changed my world forever. So I love and thank him for that. And him elongating his tongue and assassinating him and all the discrediting of his work they tried to do. Doing all that was a little bit too late. It's like closing the barn door after the horse done left the stable. The information already got out and shared with the world about his great book. So I want to just acknowledge that. I also want to mention for the brother we're talking about the Congo and Patrice Lumumba that I put a recently published recording of the latter-day Garvey Malcolm X as he talked about Patrice Lumumba and the work that was going on in the Congo back. This was one of his last speeches in 1965, 1 week before he died. So it's an important recording, a rare recording, but it just been released. And, he's sharing Lumumba's Garveyite vision and work that he was doing. So it's important. Those who want to, get that link in the chat is available. Also, I just wanted to speak to what Sister Nancy said about the schools named after some of our heroes. It's a project I've been wanting to work on for a long time, dealing with some of these schools. I had a program called Honoring the Honoree Honorably. And you definitely want to have a school named after the most honorable Marcus Garvey, a school where they cultivate the characteristics of a Marcus Garvey and not just, have him in name only. So we all should be involved in any kind of work you're doing along that line. And finally, the Clyde gave some great presentations. And everybody else know the Garveyites are all Africans. We don't, African, Negro, black, color, whatever, they co-terminus stuff. Every word you use it. Sometimes I know talk about Black Americans versus Africans, but we Africans and Africans. We either Africans at home or Africans abroad. So that's the slogan was Africa for the Africans. And as Mr. Garvey said, I have no apology for the slogan. I live for this slogan, and I will die for the realization of the slogan. In fact, I also say that not one drop of anybody else's blood is in my veins. If there were, I would try to get rid of it by drawing it out as quickly as possible so that I could be 100% African. So again, Africa for the Africans along that line. But now I wanted to read something quickly if I wrote something I wrote a little while ago. You can start my time with this one. Hopefully I can get it in 5. It was Garvey's impact in Africa. I'm going to read something I wrote quickly. I started with the Honorable long before many of us were even conscious of our own degradation. Marcus Garvey fought for African national and racial equality. Okay, Marcus Garvey's impact in Africa. Marcus Garvey was unequivocally the progenitor of the golden age of universal African nationalism in the early 20th century. Born of maroon heritage in Ireland, Jamaica, 2 years after the Berlin Conference, he later became a newspaper editor, an international organizer, and an industrialist who championed the political, economic, and social aspirations of Africa globally. In 1914, he founded the Universal National Association. It's the mission of not only covering Africa for the African, but rescuing the souls of Africa's sons and daughters from social, political, economic, and spiritual slavery. It was this association that a number of important ministries and institutions were launched to address the needs of African people globally. To infuse Africans worldwide with the spirit of confraternity and self-determination, the UNIA launched the Negro World, the Black Man, and the Daily Negro Times, along with a series of handbills and larger publications such as The Philosophy and Opinions of Marcus Garvey. The UNIA concomitantly addressed the humanitarian needs of our race through uniform rank auxiliaries such as the Universal African Black Cross Nurses, and established the African Redemption Fund to offer relief to the afflicted. Mr. Garvey expressed the political aspirations of the race and asserted our human rights by hosting a racial plebiscite to enact the Declaration of Rights of Negro Peoples of the World, launching a number of political institutions such as the Universal Negro Political Union, the People's Political Party, and the African Census of the World. Finally, the ACL established the Black Star Line, the Negro Factories Corporation, and others to meet the industrial and commercial needs of Africans at home and abroad. Next section, Garveyism invades Africa. Marcus Garvey's infectious brand of African nationalism and global organizational success emboldened a new generation of African political leaders and intellectual architects to resist colonization. Rumors that Mr. Garvey deployed units of the African Legion aboard the Black Star Line ships to liberate Africa were warmly received, resulting in some West Africans lighting bonfires on beaches, hoping to steer the ships to shore. One Negro bishop to South Africa related that whenever a white man mistreated a native, he would mark the grudge on his stick of remembrance with the suppressed murmur, "You just wait till Marcus Garvey comes." The king of Swaziland recounted only knowing the names of two blacks in the Western world, Jack Johnson and Marcus Garvey. The UNIA plans to establish a settlement in Liberia for skilled Africans abroad to industrially revolutionize the continent. Mr. Garvey's vision of politically sovereign United States of Africa and the UNIA's petition to the League of Nations demanding Africa's independence ignited hopes in the hearts and minds of Native Africans, spawning numerous UNIA political outgrowths and Garveyite led uprisings across the breadth and width of Africa. And dealing with East Africa, I just pointed out a few influences of Mr. Garvey. Harriet Tubman, East African nationalist and founding president of the Kenyan African Union, corresponded with Mr. Garvey in the 1920s. In 22, Garvey wrote a letter demanding his release from wrongful imprisonment, and the UNIA's official organ, the Negro World, published articles exposing the injustice. Jomo Kenyatta, the first president of Kenya, befriended Mr. Garvey in England in the 1930s and considered himself an honorary member of the UNIA. 1951, as the president of the Kenyan African Union, he led the group to adopt a red, black, and green flag, invoking a UNIA iconography as their official symbol. Kenyatta sent a letter to UNIA Commissioner Clarence Harding in the 1960s, joyously recounting his childhood experience of visiting the town square and listening to the readings of the Negro World when he was a child, and committing his conscience to memory, returning to his village to share his message. In 22, the Prince Rastafari, later known as Emperor Haile Selassie, delivered a diplomatic communique to the UNIA International Convention through the Persian consul, inviting delegates to settle in Ethiopia and help develop the country industrially and technologically. Subsequently, the UNIA's diplomatic relation with Ethiopia prompted the Persian consulate to the League of Nations to read the UNIA petition during the session of the General Assembly on behalf of the UNIA. In 1930, Mr. Garvey's play The Coronation of an African King, and his constant references to the biblical prophecy, "Princes shall come out of Egypt, Ethiopia shall soon stretch forth their hands unto God," are said to have foretold the coronation of Emperor Haile Selassie months later, as he became the head of the only unconquered nation in all of Africa. sparking the Rastafari movement. The UNIA later rallied in defense of Ethiopia during the Italian-Ethiopian War, lobbying the U.S. to lift the arms embargo to Ethiopia while raising a national defense fund to be placed at the disposal of Emperor Haile Selassie and supplying the Ethiopian army with medical supplies through the Black Cross nurses. Mrs. Garvey was also present in Ghana in 1960 when Emperor Haile Selassie was conferred the Order of the Black Star by President Kwame Nkrumah, a symbol again paying homage to the iconography of the UNIA-owned shipping line. West Africa. In Nigeria, independence leaders like Ernest Ikola, Mbono Ojike, and Benjamin Nnamdi Azikiwe, the first Governor General of the Federation of Nigeria, were avowed Garveyites. In fact, Azikiwe defended Garvey in a debate at Howard in 1928 as a member of the Garvey Club. Since reading a copy of the Negro World in his youth, Azikiwe directly attributed his political ideology to Mr. Garvey's philosophy and embraced Mr. Garvey's philosophy as economic determinism. He also became a lifelong friend and ally of Amy Jakes Garvey, and during the International Convention of the African Peoples of the World, hosted by the Garvey Club in 1946, Azikiwe was crowned potentate and Supreme Commissioner, and Mrs. Garvey conferred Grand Matron. Now, Dr. Sojourner for Kwame Nkrumah, first president of Ghana, was an active member of the UNIA in Philadelphia, Division number 121, while a student in the U.S. and a lifelong practitioner of Garveyism. And also, I want to point out that the Monrovian mayor, Gabriel Moore Johnson, and the former Vice President James J. Dosen were among the notable Liberian heads of state that joined the UNIA and fiercely advocated Mr. Garvey's Liberian settlement plans back in the early 1920s. President William Tubman graciously welcomed Garveyites settling in Liberia in the 1940s, including Honorable President James Robert Stewart, removing the travel ban placed on UNIA members by former President King, and subsequently served as the UNIA's potentate and Supreme Commissioner in 1954.
Brother Mwariamau, can you take a minute and wrap it up?
They got a detailed history. Thank you, Brother Mwariamau.
I'm telling you, last one more minute, or a minute and a half. The UNIA 1922 League of Nations to rescind the. Well, I'm gonna skip the South African section. I'm just gonna close with the last concluding comment. The most honorable Marcus Garvey's indispensable contribution to Africa's liberation for colonial subjugation has earned him a place of considerable honor among the nations of Africa. Well, this was really, and a final word I just say in quote. In the words of Nnamdi Azikiwe, who once boldly proclaimed, Mr. Garvey revolted against that idea that Africans were destined to take the back seat forever. He refused to admit the alleged inferiority of the African. His memory should be revered by all those who believe in the future of Africa. And may we honor this sacred edict. And with that, I will close. One God, one aim, one destiny.
One God, one aim, one destiny.
One God, one aim, one destiny. Brother Mwariamau, strong Garveyite in DC area. Thank you again, Brother Mwariamau. We're wrapping up the, what's this first? Let's see, 12 to 1 is 1, 1 to 2, 2. We wrap this to come to close of the third hour. We're wrapping up the program, brothers and sisters. Let me get back to.
And the best is yet to come.
Let's get back to
421.
Yeah, thank you.
While you're putting that together, there's a question in the chat room.
Mm-hmm.
It was for Pa, and it is kind of profound and maybe consistent with something that had come up earlier. You see it, Brother John?
Yeah, I do.
Did you read that?
I will. I thought that was a long question. Well, Sister Nancy, you still here? She's like, oh, you saw me. You want to read your question?
Read the question.
Yeah.
Your question, right?
This is on.
If you read it.
I can't read it. I just put it in there, but
you can type it.
Or just say what I had to say in my own words again.
Yeah, you can do that.
Well, I was just wondering who is looking at the relationship between Africans in America and African Americans?
Ooh, I think that's a great question. And Brother Shaki, I see you primed it.
We've got about 10 people in this chat, in this program that could speak to that. because Brother Sena's always talking about how Africans see African Americans. I'm sure other Africans, Sena, Jimmo, she was talking about how, you know, we see each other. So, but you directed it to Pajoof. But you want to.
Okay, but wait, let me answer. My last question is, as we Zoom and to hear and Zoom to we come together to hear about what's going on in Africa. Are Africans coming together to hear what's going on in Black America? I don't think they are. And I don't want to, as an African American, I'm not taking a backseat to anybody.
Wait a minute, Nancy. So since let me ask you a question. So since they're not having programs to discuss us, you don't feel that we should have programs to discuss them?
It's not a quid pro quo like that, but it's given the larger environment, which is we as African Americans, we're not all just African Americans, but I'm saying those of us who are, I feel that there's segregated churches, you know, in Chicago, the African community has their own church. What is this all about? How are we going to come together? And Africans, sometimes they are embarrassed by Black Americans and all this. They do often live in different neighborhoods. So this unity, I used to live in Kenya, so I am with the Pan-African, except for African American, I'm not taking backseat to anybody.
Okay, so here's a couple of responses to what you said. One is, and then we're going to look at what Carter G. Woodson would be saying now. One, did you wave your hand at Carter G. Woodson? I mean, that's what it looked like. You know, I said, we're going to
Sena, you got your mute.
It's Nancy Davis talking, not Carter G. Woodson, but I want to hear.
Okay, but you're supposed to be representing Dr. Carter G. Woodson as we represent the Alma Marcus Garvey. And we have to be consistent with his views or we're not Garveyites. All right, so anyway, it says sad, but the truth. Muqqarrabah, he says.
Brother Sena, you got your mic unmuted, Brother Sena.
Brother Sena, you got your, but mute your mic for a minute.
I think he might respond.
Hot and heavy before we bring on the dynamite team of 421. Muqqarrabah says they are victims of brainwash too. Okay. Sena Jimbo says again, he who knows better must do better. Muqqarrabah says, my experience was they looked at us as foreigners and thought we were rich. Now, the start of this idea of taking an interest in Africa was, first of all, to say that white propagandists were saying and writing and teaching and preaching that Black people were inferior and that Black people, wherever they were on the planet, were unfit to be among white people. They could not be trained. Their intellect was at the animal level, and so they had to be treated as such. So Carter G. Woodson said that in order to prove that the African was great, he would have to dig into ancient African civilizations and history, because our history doesn't start on the slave plantations in America. What makes us Africans is not that we were Jim Crowed in America, that we were water hosed and dog sicked on our women and children. That's not what makes us Africans. What makes us Africans is that we are descendants of the noblest people who ever peopled the earth, that we gave art, science, and literature to the whole world. And so if, in fact, the African at home doesn't know that, or the African abroad doesn't know that, and if they don't know that, they find it difficult to get along with each other. But as soon as they both embrace the idea that the Alma Marcus Garvey taught specifically, that we are one people uniting for the purpose of restoring the ancient glory that we once had. because the African in America is the slave. Right this minute, we act like slaves. We treat our children as the children are the children of slaves. We have no control over our destiny in America. We follow the Democratic Party. We follow the Republican Party. We follow white people everywhere. We have no sense of controlling our own destiny. And so if, in fact, we think that we have some separate identity, that we can go this thing alone, we can't. We need each other. But more important than just the African from the continent and the African from America, we have the African in the diaspora. We talked about the African in the diaspora. Who are they? There are 80 million in Brazil. There's millions of us in different parts of South and Central America. So when the Marcus Garvey, our teacher, our leader and guide, was talking about the 400 million, he certainly wasn't talking about the African American, because the African American ain't never been over 50 million. So when he was talking about 400 million, he was talking about the African throughout the whole world. Now, lastly, the African today is 1.7 billion. If the African in America is 50 million, he and she certainly can't do more than 1.7 billion. If the African on the continent is a billion, they certainly can't do more than what 1.7 billion Africans at home and abroad can do. So our survival, our very survival, is dependent upon us uniting. And those men and women who are clear that, yes, some of us will do better if we know better. Yes, they're as equally brainwashed as we're brainwashed. If you place the fault on both of us and don't try to make it appear as if it's one person's fault, one group's fault. If there is no unity, and the unity will be the means by which we survive, whoever's contributing to the disunity is contributing to our death. And so we in the Universal Negro Improvement Association, we always try to bring us a halt to that. That's why in this room right now, who's here? Africans from the continent, Africans from the diaspora, men and women, and one day children. And so we know we have to come together in order to survive. So yes, there's some problems. There's some problems in your family. There's some problems with your relatives.
Shaka, we have to address it. And listen, your argument is a very good one, but the young people, and I have some young people in my household, they think very differently about this. For us to bury...
Yeah, but no, they wouldn't think differently than what I just spoke. I spoke about unity. So they're only confused because they're not around people who talk about unity.
Who's educating these young people that we're speaking about?
Well, this is the issues that we need to realize.
Well, we just did. What Garveyites need to take away from this is the problem has been solved. The question has been answered. We have to speak in the language of unity. If you want to bring it about, you got to help manifest it. And so the children, if the children are confused, it ain't their fault. It's our fault because we aren't taking them the message that they need to have to better understand that they got to have a relationship with our brothers and sisters all over the world. Now, Sena is one of those that has to speak to what Africans see and what Africans do in relationship to Africans in the diaspora. Sena?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Sister Nancy, that's a brilliant question. Brother Shaka, I mean, no one can break this down like the way you did. And one of the things he mentioned is that, yes, as Africans from the continent, what Black America will speak about and is fighting for and has been fighting for and against is slavery. That's what it is known for. In Africa, it was colonialism. Remember that even though there are two different names, it's the same thing. Right. And so when it comes to us, so remember, we're struggling with this. In Africa, we're limited to information. Remember, we're struggling with mental slavery, limited to information, not being taught and educated about our own history as Africans, let alone the Africans that left the shores of the continent and why. And furthermore, what happened to Black Americans here? We are in complete oblivion of all of this. We don't know anything about Africa while we're in Africa until African Americans until we come here. As a matter of fact, the only thing we know about African Americans when we're in Africa is those who play sports and those who are in the entertainment field. Everything we see about America is about Europeans and how they built their country. We don't know in the equation of America's greatness, the African has no idea the contribution of the Black America. And so by us not having a clue of even what happened to us, let alone our brothers and sisters, when we come here, we're coming as we're only coming here for economic opportunities, right? And not, mind you, we're coming here not knowing anything. Well, first of all, about ourselves, let alone the people who look like us. And so when we leave Africa, we say, oh, we're going to America to see greener pastures. And when we come here, there are so many factors that distract us from connecting with our brothers and sisters. Now, it is not intentional for the African to act the way they do, because I hear this a lot, Nancy, from millennials and young people, and even folks are, baby boomers and all kinds of races, that Africans don't like African Americans. I hear this a lot, but there are factors to it, there are reasons to it, and they are not intentional. And so what we have to do, right, is as Africans, is to bring the education to our people to say, here is what happened to us as Africans, and here is what happened to our brothers and sisters in the African American community. So we need to intensify that education, one. Two, we need to have these kind of conversations among us to clear the myths, right? Because Nancy, you have been told certain things about us which may not be true, some may be true. But until we begin to talk, we are like cousins who never knew each other, but have been told lies about us to keep us apart, so that our treasures can be looted by the people who put us apart. And so we need to be intentional, because the people that put us together will not come and try to bridge the gap. So yes, you are right. A lot of Africans are not, especially in the diaspora, are not making that, taking that, making it a priority. But again, there are factors to it which we can speak to, and again, they are not intentional. I'll end with this. I'll give you this like a scenario. You talked about, you mentioned clearly and cleverly that Black Americans do, organize and talk about the Black American experience and also discuss Africa. And you said, why? Now, I'll ask you this. The Asian diasporans that are in America, Indian diasporans, and let's say even the Europeans, do you think that Asians who are, let's say, in China, Malaysia, do you think, and this other Vietnam, do you think that they talk about their diasporans here? They're not discussing it. They're not, because guess what? Because what? The issues, there are reasons why they live there and come here, right? And so the ones that come here are the ones that discuss how can we help those people there, because we know they are vulnerable, and they are not vulnerable because they want to be vulnerable. There are external factors that have kept their people. So when we come here and we gather more knowledge and resources and information, then it becomes our responsibility to say, how can we collectively, the diaspora, you and me, talk about these things and how we can help the bigger community, which is the continent of Africa, to rise up, because we have been mentally enslaved. And so it's our responsibility between you and I to be able to organize and see how we are able to help our community here and on the continent. Once the continent gets it, that is the game changer to the entire global Black community. And so, Nancy, I think I met, no, I don't think, you and I met, and I already told you the work we're doing. And so that would involve, right, more, and we've always had young people, but we want to intensify the inclusion of young people so that they can be in the know that it's all stereotype, it's all a myth. I'm telling you, African youth all want to be like Black Americans. The love is deep. We just have been confused. And so once we start talking, then we can break down those stereotypes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Sena. Brother Shaka, I'll let you handle. It looked like Sister Muqqarrabah had her hand up, but I don't know how you wanted to proceed. We get into a feisty discussion.
Yeah, we are. I don't want to take away from Division 421 because your members, Brother John, haven't had a chance to give their presentations. And out of all fairness, we need to go to them. But this is a forum where the African and the African American and the African diaspora is here. And we were able to talk about it a little bit, but that doesn't end it. There will be forums in the future. We may need to do a part 2 of this and do it live, because there's African organizations in Atlanta. There's African organizations in Detroit and New York. I mean, there's Africans everywhere from the continent. And so any UNIA division, in fact, all UNIA divisions ought to have an African and African diaspora conference where they can bring these brothers and sisters together, because Africans in America, we can't make it alone. It's just not going to happen. The white man turned the lights out, and what happens? We are in the dark. Right now, if there's a disaster, the fires in Florida that somebody mentioned early, who helps the Africans whose house burned down? His house stays burned down, or her house stays burned down. So the water in Flint, Michigan, the water was polluted. Who turned around and said, here's some clean water? They ain't drinking clean water yet. And it's been over about 3-4 years since they found out they've been drinking poison water. So the African in America needs Africa. So we have to figure out how to bridge this gap that exists between us, because as Sena said, there are forces that are keeping us divided. They play the game of divide and conquer. There's the memorandum 46, right, Mwariamau, where the State Department was saying, hey, keep the African who has all of these resources from making contact with the conscious political Black nationalists in the United States. Because if the African who has the resources ever connected with the African in America who has the consciousness and the love for Africa, then those resources will eventually be in the hands of African people at home and abroad. And so we have a job to bridge the gap between the African at home and abroad. That means we have to also unite with our brothers and sisters from South and Central America. So when we unite with our brothers and sisters on the continent, it's just not Africans in America, but it's Africans throughout the entire world. So again, out of fairness to 421, and they don't have a lot of time because we'll still have to wrap up, and there may be some questions in the end. Brother John, I need to turn it over to you. Let your people do what they have to do, because we're here waiting to hear from them as well as from the others who have already spoken.
Yes, we will be very respectful with the time. I did we overlooked an elder and forgot to go back. Detroit Division 407, Brother Mesah, didn't get a chance to speak. He was not available at the time. Brother Mesah, are you there? Brother Mesah?
He in the room?
He is in the room. Sister Muqqarrabah was asking to allow him to.
Oh, there he is. Yeah, I see him. Brother Mesah, unmute yourself, bro.
Brother Mesah, you on mute? Okay. Brother Mesah going once. We tight on time.
Thank you for looking out for him. We'll see if we can catch him a little later then.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, we'll bring it to 421. I'm going to pass this around to my officers. I've given my sentiments, and I've got some questions. I got more questions, so my information is more so for the later part. But I will bring in
Brother John, Baba Mesah is asking if someone can unmute him.
What? Oh my goodness. He can't unmute himself. Just
What'd you do? Mute everybody but the co-host?
no, he dropped off now. He's not even up here.
Oh, okay.
But let's keep our eyes open for him, Brother Clyde.
Okay, thank you.
22 participants.
All right, looks like you just dropped off.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm here.
Oh, I heard him.
He's on the phone.
Okay, if you can go back on
He
to
can't
the
be on the
Zoom.
phone and on the Zoom on his phone at the same time. You got to pick one or the other.
Brother John, while Clyde is hooking that up, let me ask you something. There's been a couple of incidents today where people don't have this technology. What are we supposed to do, man? I mean, just, use the two cans with the string tied between them. I mean, what do we need to do to get our people up to stuff? Because you can have some dynamic conversations. These rooms can go up to 100 or 200, and some programs 1,000 people can be on. But if you don't have everybody up to stuff, then they're going to get lost in the shuffle.
My answer has been the same for the past years on all of these problems. Education, as Mr. Garvey said, education is a means by which people are prepared for their duties and responsibilities in life. We just had a recent meeting before this meeting, a local executive meeting, where we had a similar issue. So it's not a age thing. It's just it is what it is, where our officers aren't able to necessarily use some of our services. So leadership is taking a responsibility to provide a tutorial service. And we're going to do a breakdown of how to utilize these services. But that's the answer that we really don't want to talk about, is developing ourselves to the point where we can develop our communities. And if you can do that, you become the solution to your own problems. And that's what we really have to do. And that's what I feel Mr. Garvey is calling us to do. So we must each have a tutorial, have a service, have a session where we go over Zoom technology. If we want to do Google Meets, we can do that. But it shouldn't be an excuse for us, 2025, we're going into 2020, we'll be in 2026 at some point, that we don't know how to utilize these resources for an extended period of time. If it's a new resource, I understand that. If it just came out last month, I understand that. But if these services have been around and we've utilized these services, Brother Shaka, you and I, and Brother Clyde, we've utilized these services for months as a collective, the UNIA for a few years. So, individually, we have to take some responsibility as well. Are we carrying out the diligence to understand how to utilize these services? So
it's kind of like the Alma Marcus Garvey said, that we must develop a race of scientists par excellence. So as it relates to this Zoom, as it relates to this technology, we've got to apply our scientific approaches to better understanding it. Because you can hold a Zoom call and I might be able to pull up an app and come on the Zoom call, but I don't know how to use the chat room. I don't know how to use this mechanism, but I can come on to it. And it's like a cell phone. There's a lot of dimensions to a cell phone that you can get the most use out of it. You can turn that into a tool, into a weapon, if you will. And yet, if you only turn it on and press a couple of numbers and say hello, and that's the extent of your knowledge of this technology, it will never catch up and outproduce others.
Exactly. And right now, perfect example, we've got 24 participants on the call, but we've also authorized 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 individuals have been authorized for hosting abilities. So we have 7 individuals that have some level of understanding to be able to manipulate the program so that when we have these large groups, it doesn't come down to just one person being able to manage 100 people. Well, we have to share the load. And I think, that's another thing that Mr. Garvey is trying to impress upon us as a race. We can't just look to one man or one group to carry us to victory. We all must play our part.
Okay,
And
Brother
may I
Mensa
add
is
this?
off mute now.
May I add this real quick in terms of playing our part to this whole new technological era that we're in? There is AI, digital marketing. I'm sure a lot of folks up here have kids who have been to HSBCU schools, brilliant kids. My point is, how can we look at the rebranding of the UNIA or the entire branding of this Garvian movement? Because the young people hear it, they hear the story, they see the image. Oh, there's somebody, he was in the 60s or 50s or 70s. They hear it, but social media wise, the graphics is not matching the greatness of the work or the greatness of the movement. And these young kids, they're all about social media and what is looking cool. Now we got to be able to cater to them, the millennials, the Gen Z. That's where the power is. They can take this movement to the next level. If we can sell it to them in a way that they can understand, which is not difficult, the message is already there, the brand is already there. Rebranding it or just polishing the brand or just working in a way that can be appealing to them. Clyde should not be the one sharing this information when it comes to the Zoom link and President John. No. There are interns, there are brilliant kids out there, both young men and girls and boys who can come on here and take this platform and everything that pertains to it to the next level. Coca-Cola, Pepsi, they have all improved, actually changed their logos over the years. Look at Kia. Kia's logo, the 10, 20 years ago, is not the same logo as right now. I'm just saying that we have to, I think, as my recommendation is that we have to look at this modern technology when it comes to digital marketing, including AI. And I believe that their work can be expanded even bigger than what we've seen.
I agree
too.
Okay. I forgot what we were. I was on a soapbox there. Got lost in the
Mesah.
Brother Mesah, yes. Thank you.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, greetings, Brother Mesah. We hear you loud and clear.
Okay. For the sake of time, there's not a whole lot of time left, so I'll try to be as brief as I possibly can. For those that don't know me, my name is Mensah Musai Salim. I've been in the Universal Negro Improvement Association African Communities League for 46 years. I was also the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey's son, the Honorable Marcus Garvey Jr., First Assistant President General from 1992 to 1996. And that's enough about me. But what I'm listening at, and I hear so much in terms of our people, we all seem to be preaching to the choir. But the one thing I would like to say is that the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey gave us a lot of quotes. I'll quote a few of them that might make my conversation less so others can speak. One of the quotes that he said was, organize, organize, organize until we organize ourselves into a level of a government. Well, our ancestors did that. They did that. In 1920 in Madison Square Garden, where 125,000 delegates came to represent 4 million Africans in and around the world, and they created our government. Now, this is a world government that we have. We got what we need. We're not using it properly. A world Black government. Now, how do we get that information to the rest of the world? And not only that, but as the information that really needs to be gotten to the young, the old, and everybody else is that two things. One of the things is that we're trying to survive throughout the world. The Honorable Marcus Garvey said on page 2063 of the Philosophy and Opinions that the Negro is at the crossroads. He's going forward or he's going backwards. If he goes forward, it's with a greater hope of life. If he goes backwards, he's going to be exterminated. Now, you need to take that propaganda and understand that worldwide, because that is what's happening. They're trying to exterminate all of us all over the world. I just listened to that Kwame Ture. Just listened to that Kwame Ture a few hours ago, and he said the same thing. He was in Rwanda, and AIDS is 40% there in Rwanda. And like he said, it's genocide. Well, it's genocide here in America. It's genocide all over the world. And that's the note that we're going to have to understand. We're being in a genocidal process. Now, once we understand that, and we understand what the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey has given us, a world black government, and we take that world black government and do something with it, and I'm going to say this before we get off. I know the ancestors are rolling in their graves to understand what they have put together, and we're not using it like we should. Yeah, we're talking about it, but we're not actually using this government worldwide as it relates to individuals knowing and coming from all over the diaspora to make this government what it is. Now, I could say a whole lot, but I'll be 4 days talking. And last but not least, I'll say this, how it is going to happen. Okay, here's a quote that he gave us, and that is, when organized fail, people's conditions will. Now, I don't know if that will resonate with you, but I'll say this much about it, and that is, here again, they've organized themselves into a level of a government. So we have that. The question is has it failed? The only way it's failing is that we're not actually running it properly and getting that information out throughout the diaspora that we do have it. So the fact of the matter is that we're going to be forced to do it. That's where the other part come in. People's conditions will. People's condition will do what? People's conditions in and around the world is going to force us to use this government. You see, because we are at war in and around the world. It's a matter of survival now. It's a matter of survival, you see. And the technology that's going on now, they get ready to produce robots by the millions. By the millions. They're shooting guns, they're flying in spaceships that the United States is making. And I'm gonna have to get off because see, I'm getting too excited. It's just so much that I can say. And I take up this and 4 more days of saying it. So here's the last thing I want to say. For those that are on the call, I want to leave my name and I want to leave my email. And I'd like to reach out to you or have you reach out to me because there's so much that I would like to say. And I can't say it all on this platform. So again, my name is Mesah Mosiah Salim. My telephone number is area code 313-739-4212. Again, my telephone number is 313-739-4212. My email is mensah19@gmail.com. So with that, in closing, I don't want to give nobody the impression that I know it all or that I'm all of that and this, because that's not my purpose. That's not my intent. But I would like to share with you the information that I do have. And because like I said, I could talk for 2 days. So with that, I'll close out and let the host present the rest of the program. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Brother Mensah. Your number again, I caught the last four because it got 421 in it. It's 4212. It's 313.
313-739-4212. You
got 421 in there. I got
and I'll put it in the chat, Brother John. I'll put it in the chat.
Okay.
Thank you.
I dropped it in there as well. Brother Mensah he kind of got me ignited a little bit. I want to say something briefly, then we'll go to 421. I'll check with Brother Shaka, make sure he doesn't have anything. Just a clarification on the quote, when all else fails to organize the people, the condition
will.
What Mr. Garvey was saying. And when you look at, we've all been in this long enough to see what I consider the contraction and relaxation of the Black community and justice. When something happens, go back 5 years, 2020, everybody's in the Black Power movement. But then 3-4 years later, nothing's going on. No police brutality is being broadcast all over media, and we kind of go back into relaxing. That's kind of what that speaks to, is there's going to be something that will be so catastrophic, it'll force us to organize.
Breaking up, John.
We won't be able to relax. I was breaking up.
Well, I could speak on that, but here again, that'd be another 3-hour conversation.
No. Thank you, bro.
What you're talking about is
I don't think he was asking a question.
No, I was just making the clarification, Brother Mesah.
I understand.
Last thing, you were talking on "Shall the Negro be exterminated?" and you quoted that perfectly. The second half of that quote actually brings what we've been saying back together, and this is why we consider Mr. Garvey, as great as we do. He's long gone, but his solutions are still being put on the forefront, and it's hard to argue with these solutions. Again, to quote that fully, page 63, Philosophy and Opinions, "Shall the Negro be exterminated?" The Negro now stands at the crossroads of human destiny.
Right.
A place where he must either step forward or backward.
Okay, right.
Backward, he dies. If he goes forward, it will be with the hope of a greater life. But this is the part. This is the part that you omitted, and this goes to what we've saying all day. Those of us who have developed our minds scientifically are compelled by duty to
now hold it right there. Hold it right there. Hold it right there, sir. Sir, hold it right there. Did you hear what you just said?
I was trying to get to it. Go ahead. Those of us who developed.
I want them to understand that this is an order that he's giving us. Well, go ahead.
Thank you, my brother.
Do this. Go ahead.
Again, Philosophy and Opinions, page 63. Those of us who have developed our minds scientifically. So we must understand, if we are in that category, we are compelled by duty to step
duty, right?
The millions of unthinking masses and convince them of the seriousness of the age in which we live.
There it is.
We really have to understand, one, who are those that are scientifically qualified to carry out this work, and two, are they carrying out that work? And that's really a question that we got to ask of ourselves. Are we of that caliber to be the ones that go out to our unthinking masses and convince them of the seriousness of the age in which we live? So that's
I'll say this to that answer. Yes, we are.
Brother, 46 years, you already, that's rhetorical to you, my brother. That's a general to the audience. And again, to the audience, I'm speaking more so, I speak on the next generation or this generation.
I see.
In their 30s, 40s, even 50s, so if you feel that you've done your work and you've put in your time and things like that, I'm not speaking to you. I'm speaking to the young people that when I look at Malcolm X and I look at his recordings, he was speaking to the audience in that time, but I also feel that he was speaking to me in my 20s and 30s. So
right,
the ones that I'm speaking to is the up and coming leaders of our race. So.
And there are those that are there that are capable of doing is what need be doing. I mean, to me, this generation of young people are so intelligent. We don't give them the
Yes.
credit. They're so
Yes.
intelligent.
My name is Sal.
You see, so I'll leave it at that. But hey, we have a very, very bright future with the youth coming. We just got to make sure that they understand the common denominator of our existence.
All right now.
Once they get that, hey, it's going to be just like it was back in the day when women gave us civilization. And they call that era the golden age. Now you got an administration in there now with Trump. Guess what he's calling?
Whoa. We're not getting ready to go into Trump. Here's what we need to do, Brother Mensah.
I'm listening.
That is, John, do we have any more members from 421 that haven't had a chance to present? Because I don't want the record to show we blocked that.
That's right.
Yes,
That's
we do. Yes, we do.
All right, let's do that then.
Yeah.
And if we have any time left, I'd like to say something.
All right, go ahead. Division 421 officers, please be prepared if you'd like to share a few minutes on the Continent of Africa program. First, I'll go to our call on our lady president, Sister Diane. Sister Diane, is there any comments that you would like to share on today's program? Lady President.
Yes, greetings, everyone. I've been kind of commenting and sharing little tidbits here and there.
Oh, yeah.
But yes, united we stand, divided we fall. I remember growing up in Jamaica, I was listening to this song. It says, no matter where you come from, as long as you're a Black man or woman, you're an African. So we can't think of, in terms of regional divisions, especially divisions that weren't really created by us. So we have to think in terms of unity, and we have to think along economic lines that creates unity, and that's where it's at, pretty much. So I've thoroughly enjoyed this meeting and the group that's been put together for this meeting, and I see collaboration. I have ideas of my own that I could share with everyone, and we have to forward ever, backward never. We have to keep moving forward, because if we leave it up to others, it's going to be a sad situation. With that, I'd say race first.
Race first. Yeah, that's been the problem. Delegated the responsibility of our own liberation to others. So we must take that responsibility. Next, I want to call on Ross Marvin. Were you able to come back? Ross Marvin, you there? Okay, he's still on. Okay, we'll try to come back to Ross Marvin if we have time. First Vice President, Brother Macias. Brother Macias, you there? Call the names. All right. We'll try to come back, Brother Macias. Counsel General Attorney Imhotep, is there anything you wanted to share on the program of Africa?
Yes. I came on late, unfortunately, and doing the brother from Mauritania. Yeah, and I really regret that and would wish I could have saw that. And so that's it. Everything else is very enjoyable, but I really, Brother Hasseen, I felt it. You know, that was the first time he'd ever been on a program like this, international.
Yes.
International. And I felt him, and I wish I could have seen his presentation.
Yeah, excellent presentation. Mr. Garvey in his teachings talks about we must, have a connection with our heart and our head. Even though English isn't his first language, through the heart, we definitely felt and understood everything that the brother was saying. So thank you for that comment.
Well, Brother Sena has assured us that we will remain in contact with the brother from Mauritania. So it won't be difficult to bring him back so we can learn more about what is happening there. In the meantime, since he has alarmed us to what's going on there, we need to start doing our studying and our homework.
Absolutely.
Let him know that it didn't fall on deaf ears.
Yes, sir. Didn't go in one ear, go out the other. So yeah, we got work to do. And that was just one of the 4 presenters that had insight from the continent directly. Well, I think more than 4. I'm sorry, but Brother Sena, Sister Sena, Sister Fatima, and Brother
Hasseen.
Hassan. Okay.
Yeah, Hasseen.
Hasseen. Okay. And I know that there was some other. The brother with the M spoke earlier.
Well, Brother Mwariamau talked extensively about the UNIA's influence on the continent. So some of those countries that exist, their founding fathers and mothers were influenced by the UNIA.
Gotcha. Thank you, Brother Shaka. Okay, we'll proceed.
I'm sorry, Brother Sena just popped up. Are you verifying that we are going to have access to the brother from Mauritania?
Absolutely. He's in Chicago, on the south side of Chicago. So, and he's very much enthused and always willing to share. And so, yeah, absolutely. Anytime.
Thanks.
Yeah.
John?
Thank you. Looks like we're getting down to the last few. Dr. Kuda, I'm going to save you for last. Brother James, our youth coordinator and author, local author here in Atlanta of youth books. Brother James, anything you want to share today's program in Africa?
Yeah, I got on not too long ago, but I just wanted to kind of piggyback on something you were talking about, Brother President John. To many of you all who don't know, I'm a youth coordinator here at 421. I've written 2 children's books on Marcus Garvey and one on Malcolm X from a Garveyite perspective. But in the spirit of preparedness, we have to make sure at the core of this thing that we are building and preparing around the youth. I'm from Nashville, Tennessee, and I grew up in the church. And my grandparents took me to church often. And at our church, my grandfather helped build this church from the ground up. And one of the things he taught me growing up, he would say, we put a lot of money into the building fund, but until we put our funds and put our energy and effort into the youth, this building fund will be going on the rest of our life. And so what I wanted to speak on just really quickly here was that as the youth coordinator here at 421, I've recently started the Smile Africa International Youth Book Club. And we'll be meeting every Saturday starting February the 15th, once a month. But my efforts and the efforts I think that we should definitely corral around is that we have to make sure that we are forming an incubator around our children and making sure that we are imputing and imparting the knowledge and information and wisdom into them that is necessary for the ongoing of the race. Everybody on this call pretty
Brother James, you think
about the future. And in thinking about the future, we have to get behind efforts like these and making sure that our youth are being presented with and being and make sure we cultivating these programs around the youth. And Brother President, I'll share that information with you again about the book club. But I just wanted to make everyone aware on the call that this is an effort that I'm putting forth to make sure that our children have something outside of school that is preparing their minds mentally and shaping their worldview so they can continue on the good work of Mr. Garvey.
Yes, sir, Brother James, doing great work. If you would like, if you can share it in this chat as well, if you've got any links to that program, you can please share that.
Please do that, Brother James. I was just in a conversation with Dr. Marcus Garvey, Dr. Julius Winston Garvey, and I said that the real benefit to the posthumous pardon is the children. If we can now go to the children with a sense of, hey, we had been saying all along the man was innocent, the man was wrongly convicted, the man was wrongly imprisoned, the man wouldn't steal one penny from any human being, never was dishonest at all. And now we have a chance with this to go and teach our young children. So Dr. Garvey said, here's what you're going to have to do. You're going to have to create some literature for children, school-age children. So Sister Gerri is a writer, and I said, Sister Gerri, this is what Dr. Garvey said. We got to create literature for school-age children. And she said, we can meet with our writers group. It's the Hyde Park Writers Group. Then I called Beverly Art Center. The brother owns that. He said, I'll set it up so you can meet with the artists, so that if your idea is to ultimately create literature for children, you got the writers, we have the artists, we can create the books. What do you think, Brother Wilson?
That's paramount. That's paramount. That's definitely needed. That's fundamental, and that's something we have to take advantage of. And, hopefully you can share that information with me, because I'd like to be a part of it in any way that I can be. But we have to have that, and I appreciate you echoing my same sentiments, Brother Shaka. But yeah, we definitely have to have that. Anything that is about preparing these youth. And I lost my train of thought just really quickly. I'm 38. In 20 years, I'll be 58. 20 years from now, I'll be 78. These years are flying by, and we have to make sure that we have some type of core program set in place that will surpass us, that'll keep going after we're gone, to prepare and keep our youth engaged and involved and ready to take the helms of this movement. So thank you for that, Brother Shaka.
So, Brother
yes,
Wilson,
I want to be part of it.
Brother Wilson, Brother Sena has got to address the question of how do we make this literature available to children on the continent of Africa, because they speak, I don't know, 1,000 different languages, but certainly our books that come out in the future need to be in Igbo, Yoruba, and we also need to be able to have them in Spanish. We need to have them in Portuguese. We need to have them in French. What is your thinking to make the material, the literature, available to young people all over the world?
I'll say.
I
go
want
ahead.
to say.
I'm sorry. I thought you were directing the question to me. I'm sorry.
Well, I say, Brother Shaka, you you must have played basketball, because you throwing me all kind of lobs. Like with Teach Me About Garvey, I have that translated into Spanish and Portuguese. And my hopes is to have it translated into Kiswahili and the other indigenous African languages as well. So, if that center could offer up services like that where I could have them translated, that of course would be even better. But I've diligently committed myself to this work, to this effort of making sure our children all around the world can learn about Mr. Garvey and Mr. Garvey's vision. And I don't want language to be a barrier. So I do have them right now in Spanish and Portuguese. And my hopes is to connect with our people on the continent to get them translated into some of our other African languages. So I definitely support that and for that. I appreciate that, bro.
Brother Sena?
So English for Africa, to be honest, your best bet is to just leave it in English or French, because that unfortunately that's because every book, every textbook from kindergarten to university is written in these two languages. Our indigenous languages are not taught in schools. To be honest, African parents don't even speak it especially in the capital cities, in the metropolitan cities. They don't speak it to their children. They encourage them to speak English and or French or whatever colonial master English that it is in that country. So whether it's the Guinea, Portugal, and the Spanish colonies. So I'll say what we have to do is to develop leaders there that can perhaps translate, once the books get there, they can then translate into the local languages if necessary. But I can tell you that 9 out of 10, you just need to have your materials in English for you to be able to educate the African for now. That issue in itself is a project for us. That is all. That's a whole educational journey that we got to be on. The African understanding that their language is not inferior to their European colonial masters. We have been left in that state of mind, unfortunately. So from the presidents all the way down to our kings to regular folks, it's just some of these trinkets of colonial, I would say, heritage that has been left behind that is still that is hampering us, that is drawing us back, in our progress. So for now, in order for us to be able to get there where we can uneducate our people to stop believing in some of these things that we have as Africans, we need to get the materials in English, and we need to get we need to get more personnel on the continent, and then be strategic about educating people on the continent to believe in what we believe, what we see now. And that's how we can effect the change.
All right, James Wilson, stack your books up, send them to me. Let me see what you got. Brother John, where you at?
Thank you, Brother Shaka. We are wrapping up 347. And I've only got a couple, at least one other member. Ross Marvin didn't respond. Dr. Kuda, are you there?
Yes, President John, I'm here.
Would you like to share any comments on regards to the continent of Africa?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for the offer. And I'm sorry that I arrived late, like Brother Imhotep mentioned. Thank you for this platform. It's very informative every time I'm on this platform, especially hearing our our elder brother Shaka. Sorry, hearing our elder brother Shaka Barak when he's speaking, I just get so fired up. And now that we heard Brother Mesah, also Salim, it's so inspiring. You feel that they are passing on the knowledge from the greatest, because they were students of the greatest, the Honorable Marcus Garvey. So thank you so much for organizing these Saturday events, and they really do move me in a very positive way. The discussions, yes.
Dr. Kuda, and if you don't mind, if you could, just for everyone's, it'll help if you could let them know your background and where you're from as well.
Okay, I'm born in Cape Town in the Western Cape in South Africa, but I grew up in Zimbabwe. My father is Zimbabwean, my mother is Cape. She's from the Cape. She's brought up in a mixed family kind of a setting. I'm glad that my dad took us to Zimbabwe, because we saw the other side of racism. We saw the other side of no apartheid, and I'm glad also that I was young when, apartheid was very rife in South Africa, where there was toilets for only whites and toilets for non-whites. And there was a lot of that segregation in South Africa that ended only 30 years ago, 1994, when Mandela came out. So we have major issues in South Africa, but we are also starting to organize, like our Honorable Garvey has said to us in the message to the people, that organize. And here on this meeting, the word organize has been ringing. Even at family level, I'm organizing. In Zimbabwe, at my family level, we on my father's side, we are descendants of the royal empire called the Roji Empire. And my ancestors are Changamire Dombo, and I'm also telling my family, let's organize. We cannot move forward if our foundation is not strong. We have to make sure all the branches are well, developed foundationally. And I see that is what we also need to do with all the organizations that are out here that are looking at the bigger goal for Africa, for the unification of Africa. We cannot succeed if we are not organized. We need to organize continuously, like our Lady President Diane Marshall mentioned, that, forward ever, backward never. Continue looking forward, that and by so doing we can become successful. The point I wanted to make is, as we speak, I've been noticing the gap that Sister Nancy has brought up, and I'm glad she has brought it up. And I heard all the other, comments that were shared. Thank you very much. They're helpful. They help us to open up our minds and, see further. Brother Sena, yes, thank you very much for everything you also shared. With regards to the books, I just want to say it's a 50-50. For example, in my family group, we have a WhatsApp group and we are over 200 in just my family. Back in Zimbabwe, we're supposed to be over 2,000 in that group, but you'll find that some family members, when I'm texting in English, they want you to say things in Shona because some of them don't understand. So we just need to be careful there that it's not the same for every African country. And now we have AI. Translation is not an issue. We can translate with AI in seconds. And you just give to the elders to proofread if AI did a good job or a bad job. So that is doable, nowadays. And this is what President Shaka Barak was saying, you have a cell phone, but the capabilities of that cell phone in your hand, you need to know what are all the things it can do for you. What are all the benefits of having this instrument in your hand? So if you have ChatGPT or any other AI tool on your phone, you can translate to any language and it will do it for you. So that's one other thing. But I've got so much to say. I think I like the way also how Brother Salim also said he can talk for 2 days. So can I. But because this meeting at this moment, we are reaching, towards the end of the meeting, I just want to leave a word behind that we need to, as we talk about, we need to organize. Can we come together in some form of a conference, a 2-day conference where we have a well-set agenda as to what is it we want to achieve out of this conference, at the end of this conference. And it should be in person and not virtually. We find a central point and we raise funds for that conference where it's not just only high executive council or convention, but a conference where we're inviting even other external structures. There are many other African organizations here in America that are American-based African organizations and organizations that are African-based organizations in America and African organizations in Africa that want to work with America. And like Brother Sena said rightfully, when you're in Africa, if you haven't been to America, like we learned also in the message to the people about propaganda, when you're in Africa, when all we see on television is the celebrities, the sports people, and that's the picture we have, that those are the Africans in America.
Sister Kuda, Dr. Kuda, in
yes,
the chat room, somebody liked your idea, and Brother John and Brother Clyde, it's been buzzing in my head for a few minutes, this idea, this technology, and how far behind we are. UNIA members, far behind this technology, and we shouldn't be. So what they're suggesting, Dr. Kuda, is that rather than starting this discussion in person, that maybe we could do it on Zoom first, fine tune it, and then take it in person. What do you think?
I agree. I fully agree, because we need to organize before we go in person. So yes, we can start the discussion on Zoom, get those organizations that are not UNIA. Let's talk. Let's hear what others are saying. Like Sister Nancy rightfully asked a very valid question. What are Africans doing about us, about Africans here in America, about African Americans? What are we from Africa doing? You understand? And it's only through these discussions that those things can come out. And we see where the gaps are, where we need to
let
fill
me
up
give you a
the
good
gaps.
example. Sena is still here. You still here, Sena?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Now, Sena brings Africans from the continent to America. And guess what he brings? He brings kings. And what do they do when they get here? They interface with the African community and they tell how they feel. Sometimes they even crown Africans in America. They crown men and they crown women. So that's a step in the right direction. We only have a few minutes left. Thank you, Sister Kuda. One of the
if I can just add to
hold on 1 second. 1 second. I just need to, because it might be a burning thing for Fatima. You brought it here, Traore. I have two questions for her. One, is she any kin to Ibrahim Traore in Benica?
Look, we're supposed to be saving questions. Go ahead. Go ahead, Sean.
And you said that you had something you needed to say. What was that, Sister Fatima?
Yes, thanks for the opportunity. Hello again. What is the question you just asked about the Captain Ibrahim Traore?
Well, you got his last name.
Yes, I do. We have the same last name. However, I'm from the family that is related to Cheba and Babeba Traore, the Traore kingdom from the southern part of Mali. And, the southern part of Mali also share the border with Burkina Faso. So we might be related, but so far I don't think so. However, he is our warrior's brother. And what I wanted to say, is that with the revolution going in Mali, in Niger and Burkina Faso, the constituent, meaning the population, we've been trying to get rid of the language. It's very difficult. We're literally indebted to the colonizer because we're using their language. And that language that we're speaking is not free. We're paying for it with our natural resources. So it's going to come, in a little bit, we will have to do things the right way to reach out to our communities. And these are very valuable informations that cannot be scattered out there. So it's important to make it enclosed, to make it as tight as possible, because once your enemy knows what you're plotting against, it's always easy for them to come after you. So that's all of what I have to say. Thank you. One Africa, one people.
Thank you. Sena, last words.
Thank you. I'm just going to say before I go to Kuda, response to Kuda, the meaning of Burkina Faso is great men of integrity. I think great men of integrity or great men of warrior or something. And
no, it's land of integrity.
Land of integrity. Okay, great.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, right. And so Fatima, she's an embodiment of that. If you know what she does and what she has done in the state of Illinois, in the diaspora.
You don't have to brag on her. We'll bring her back.
But to Kuda's point, yes. Man, you asked the most brilliant question from the African perspective. What is the African continent, or what are Africans doing about connecting, helping to heal and bridge the gap, reaching out to our brothers and sisters in the diaspora? Because everything that happened to their history and their ancestors was to no fault of theirs. So as great as we are, as mighty and resourceful as we are as a continent, what are we doing? Which is why we initiated the exchange ceremony, bringing kings from Africa to, one, restore the birthright of the African American, that which was stolen away from them, their royalty, to a certain extent, their culture, the core of their culture. And then to help us in the healing process, apologize for slavery, and also create a pathway to their kingdoms on the continent, which includes their land. Open up their kingdom to them and give them land and say, come home to the land of your ancestors, because the land and resources of Africa is also yours. And so this is what the African people, whether on the continent and here, need to be working, need to be working intensively on. That is what we can do, at least on our part. It doesn't take us money. And so, Dr. Kuda, that's the project we are on. And come June, we have a 3-day whole celebration of the diaspora. It's a unity conference where we dedicate a whole day for this type of conversation. Prior to that, we do have a monthly meeting called the African Diaspora Summit. This is something I started with Brother Shaka Barak prior to COVID. It was every month we meet at Chicago State to have in-person conversations, and so we're gonna be doing it again. And so starting this month, we started it 2 months ago. This month, at the end of this month, we'll be doing it again, and we'll share the information as we go along. Thank you,
John.
Dr. Kuda had a hand up.
Private owner is a black man and a white lady, Bonnie and her husband.
I didn't
the white lady dad died, left the house. So like when we moved in the house, everything that the dad had in house that he was died and stuff, we the one moved all it out. We repainted the house, redid. Why they got nobody in it? They didn't really want the house.
Okay, somebody needs to mute. Brother John.
I can't play.
Someone needs to mute.
Just give number. I ain't got the number no more. All about no cards that guy.
Brother Mesah need to mute his fan.
I got it.
Okay, great. Brother Clyde, Brother John, I think we've come to the end of this glorious.
I think Dr. Kuda had a hand up.
Well, no, hold on. Brother Shaka, Brother Clyde, actually, we were supposed to bring him back, President Clyde, for some comments.
Can we extend it to hear his presentation?
Yes, we can.
Brother Clyde, are you still interested?
Yes, absolutely. I just wanted to touch on a couple of highlights. I know we got to run to.
Hold on, Brother Clyde. Just before we do, was there some burning thing that Dr. Kuda had to say in reference to Sena before we introduce Brother Clyde?
Oh, I just wanted to add that I've been speaking with King Safir this morning. I'm also speaking with the kings. And when we were on the Zoom, when I looked, I saw executive and I thought, I can't just invite him to come on the Zoom. I need to first find out, if you can just bring people onto the Zoom. But I think what Brother Sena is talking about, we should find a way that we all get involved, especially if you are from Africa. Myself, I'm from South Africa and Zimbabwe, and we have kings and queens who would like to be part of the initiative that he's talking about. So that we don't only focus on Nigeria alone, but we also look at the southern part of Africa as well, and get all these kings, because I'm in most of these royal groups, as I am a princess of the Khoisan people, and we just lost a queen, Queen Cynthia, the wife to the king who has spent 7 years camping outside the Union buildings in South Africa. And she's actually getting buried today as we speak right now. I think if you look at my profile picture and my status, you'll see. So yes, I'm very well connected with the kings and queens in the southern part of Africa, specifically South Africa and Zimbabwe. And as you're talking about this, Brother Sena, I would like you to also get them involved. Thank you.
Absolutely. I'll talk to you after here.
Brother Clyde is our Minister of Industry and Labor and Industry, Commerce, and he is the co-convener of this, and he has a topic we all need to hear. I think we've been kind of addressing it on the sly, but he's going to address it head on. Would you welcome, please, our President of Division 429, our Minister of Industry and Labor, Brother Clyde.
Greetings, everyone. I was going to just quickly share a few slides on the deck here. And what we're going to be talking about is the technology sector and gotta move the all right. Again, my name is Clyde Banks. I'm here in Chicago, president of a division of 429 here, and also job as the Minister of Labor and Industries. What we're going to talk about is just what's going on today. I think we've been successful in bringing the history on the continent up to date. I just wanted to have a different focus in my comments here with regards to technology and business development in Africa. As many of you know, an old approach has been to just export the raw materials from the continent, just harvesting, extracting, and basically just shipping them off to those who are able to develop those resources into finished projects. And what we would like to do at this point is to look at how we are adding the value on post-harvest processing, if you're talking agriculture, post-mining production, and basically increasing the opportunities for employment, and also to increase our knowledge base on the continent and how to use the advanced technology. It's been said several times, I think here today, that we've got a great number of our youth that are coming of age or work age. And in fact, we're talking about 220 million coming up just this year. Comparatively speaking, in all of the European Union, we're at a little bit over 200 million. So when you think about how much in terms of the human resources that we've got, we've got a vast number that will be able to change the narrative, and they're coming with a venue. You think about Ibrahim Traore in terms of how young he is. So you understand that he's got a big following throughout the continent as the people liking his approach to dealing with the neo-colonialists and making sure he is operating on behalf of the people. In terms of energy, anytime you're talking about production, we're going to have adequate sources of energy. Historically, we've worked with a lot of the waterways and damming them up. Dam at Aswan in Egypt is one of the older projects. In Ghana, dam at Aksombo. But now we're looking at some of the newer technologies. Here's an example of a solar farm that is in Morocco. They're close to the border with Europe, and as a result, they sell a lot of that overcapacity to like Italy and others. We also have the green hydrogen that is really an emerging thing where we've got probably a growth of well into the double digits in terms of the foreseeable future. And so that is a technology we are going to need to incorporate to be able to drive the engines of the economy on the continent. There is a major hydroelectric plant that was done in Ethiopia. It's just finally coming online just last year. And that is going to create a lot of additional electricity in the region. So when you're looking at Egypt, Ethiopia, Somalia, and others in that region, there's a great supply there. This is one of our industrialists in Nigeria, Dangote, who has finalized his oil refinery, which means now we don't have to send our raw oil over to Europe, but to have it refined and then only to buy it back for jet fuel, for gasoline, for cooking gas, etc. These refineries, one that is in Nigeria and one is in Ethiopia that the brother has built, basically can provide that those jobs right there in the continent, as well as transfer that technology so that the others will be built based upon the success. Also in the construction industry, we've got great concrete plants that enable some of the cities to be built, the roads to be built, Those are the main factors of production when you think about construction activity and the expansion of the infrastructure that is much needed. You got to be able to get the goods that we produce in and around the region, in and around the continent, and in some cases for export. So, this is the step that will enable us to do it ourselves without importing all of these materials and paying an arm and leg and just fighting an uphill battle to have that. Graphene is a newly introduced super material, as I like to call it, expected to grow about 20% for the foreseeable future each year. And this can help in construction materials, so you can add it to your concrete and have it much thinner, but still much more strong than the current setups for construction materials. You can put it into computer chips because it's so thin. It's a microscopic material that, again, can do everything from keeping germs off of your hospital instruments, as an example. You can add it to automobiles, aircraft, and other transportation-related vehicles to ensure that they have strength, integrity, and make them lighter. So that means they're going to be more energy efficient than you have. So that's something that we need to make sure that we have in the works as many regions as possible, from the south to the east to the west on the continent. Automobile manufacturing, again, this has been you've heard a whooshing sound up until recently with respect to consumers on the continent importing vehicles. So now we've got the wherewithal to be able to manufacture. So that's happening in several different countries. From the perspective of Burkina Faso, they're introducing a new electric vehicle. Again, the government is trying to back it as much as it can and making sure that it's a success. In Nigeria, they've got cars that are being produced. Now, along the Northern European border, there are a number of automobile manufacturing plants, and they're turning out hundreds of thousands of cars now, even though they're manufacturing for the most part on behalf of other multinational institutions and corporations. This also, though, means that we've got the ability to get enough energy to deal with this manufacturing process, and that technology knowledge base, make sure that we can do it ourselves. So therefore, we've got a number of automobile companies that are actually African owned to be able to, and this is another one here in Morocco. With regards to African airlines, we might have heard much about Ethiopian Airlines, probably heard a lot about the Ghana Airlines. We also have South African, Rwanda Airlines, Morocco Airlines, some going back as far as the early 1930s. With respect to Egypt Airline, as an example, 1932. Ethiopian 1945, which was something that some of the African Americans had helped out with. It served in World War II, so that is something that, again, is going to enable us to be able to not only run the airline but also begin to build those airlines as the technology becomes commonplace on the continent. Satellites placed in order. So we got to have our own information and communication systems in place so that we're not completely beholden to the Elon Musk of the world, who knows what they're going to do next.
And right now we have 17 African countries that have launched a total of 62 satellites. So they're already orbiting the planet, and the first one was launched in 1998 in Egypt, followed by South Africa also in that same year. Most recently launched satellite was by Djibouti in December of last, so just a couple of months ago. Steel processing. As we get additional availability of energy, cheap energy, particularly with the green energy coming online, which is less dirty. I mean, we've always done coal and, you know, the legacy carbon-based power, but or fossil fuel-based power. But now that we have more clean energy, it's going to be less taxing on our environments and respective communities. We will be able to do quite a bit of additional production and post-harvest processing, as I mentioned. We have great refrigeration options. You have great transportation options with respect to the infrastructure that is built on the continent. So I just wanted to just kind of highlight some of those items. We can do things on a small scale and leading up to it, because every bit is going to help, particularly as we pay for our own development as opposed to reaching out to Export-Import Bank and the World Bank, which, as we know, that does not work. That does not work. It has not worked in the past from the perspective that the onerous requirements and stipulations that get put on, i.e., they have people turn their backs on their own domestic policy relative to agriculture, which we've seen in a lot of cases. Okay, they say you can't subsidize your rice farming, and as a result, they just get dumped on by others. Where you can't have a public school systems because now they begin to dictate how you use your tax money. So again, the more that we can do that internally, the less problems we're going to have relative to getting away from some of our other focused areas. So I thank you, everyone, for your time and attention. And if there's any questions, let me know. I know we're at the end of this, and we got to run to a program here just a few minutes. But we appreciate everyone's attention. Thank you.
Thank
President,
you.
did you raise your hand?
Thank you, brother.
Yeah, I did. But I wanted to throw it back to Brother Shaka briefly.
I just want to quickly acknowledge that our Lady President, Georgia Johnson, is here. She didn't have a topic, but I did want to say hello to all of the brothers and sisters that are here. Sister Georgia, would you say hello to our brothers and sisters here at the Continent of Africa discussion? Okay, well,
Hello.
okay, hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, from my brothers and sisters, I apologize. I'm on the highway, but I can just squeeze in and just say something because I'm so excited. I've been listening to everybody. I'm just elated listening to all the voices. But I wanted to say one of my favorite quotes, and there are many, from the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey, when he says, "Up, you mighty race, accomplish what you will." I just looked at what we have accomplished and all the things that we've done and then we've been doing for a long, long time that are not recognized. I appreciate the fact that we are uplifting each other, because although we've done a lot, there's still so much to do. But I'm just excited to listen. I was listening to Brother Mensah, I was listening to you, Brother Shaka, who always bring it truth to power, as they say. And of my illustrious husband, I love the fact that he is working on doing what he's doing. But John, you are the rock. And I want to thank you all. So I thank you, Brother Shaka, for allowing me just to say something. I wanted to give kudos to Sister Davis, Dr. Davis, who is working on, as you know, some things with us for the flag and the museum and all of that. But anyway, I'm on a highway. I'm almost home. But thank you, everyone, for what you're doing on the line. And I'm just happy. This is a great time to be a member of the UNIA.
Absolutely. I did have a question, Brother Shaka, for, I guess it would be you primarily, and President Clyde may have an answer to it as well. It's in regards to application to what we're discussing, the continent of Africa. From a jurisdictional standpoint, from a division, we've always had this, I've always had this struggle as a president, maintaining our relationship internationally. And one of the directives that I've gotten comes from Course of African Philosophy, page 73, under the lesson of social system. It's in a subsection called Approach to Government, but it says very clearly, Mr. Garvey, and I need understanding for what Mr. Garvey is saying, and again, how to apply and how to manage these relationships internationally from a division level.
All you have to do, my brother.
Well, may I? I wanted to read okay. This is the quote. He says, "Leave all policies of an international character affecting the organization to the international officers. Don't complicate yourself with your government." So how do we balance and manage these international relationships as local divisions?
Well, the same responsibilities that are held by the high executive officers are also held by the divisional officers. If you look at the structures, you'll see that they're very similar in terms of there's about 21 officers by the time you add up in the division, the trustees, the lady presidents and vice presidents, the male presidents, vice presidents, the secretaries, executive secretary. By the time you add all that up, you've got a similar amount of people working. Now, if in fact the division decides it wants to do business in Africa, they can do that. You wouldn't even have to go through the Minister of Industry and Labor if you know how to do business. I mean, it boils down to a common sense kind of thing. If you know how to do something, then and an opportunity presents itself, do it. Or you could do like what we're doing. And this could be a conference, an international trade conference, where you would want to have brothers and sisters from not just one country, but many countries, maybe from a region, that will sit down with you and tell you what they have. They may say, "Hey, look, we have some gold. Can you turn it into necklaces and rings and things of that nature?" So we're not going to get tied up in bureaucracy when we could make a direct approach to brothers and sisters who will be willing to sit down with you. You don't need to talk to anybody to go to Africa.
Yes,
You just arrange your transportation and arrange your room and board and go. And while you're there, there's a lot of things that you could do. Now, if you're thinking or if you're waiting on somebody to direct you into Africa, let's look at what recently happened. What recently happened was we had the president of a country that was the brother-in-law to a member of the UNIA. Other than a nice little visit to Liberia, we didn't really develop a governmental relationship where it couldn't have gotten better than that to develop a governmental relationship where we could have had members of the UNIA that had skills that could have been employed as journalists or accountants, as secretaries, as experts in a variety of fields. So if you're going to wait on somebody who may not necessarily have that as their vision, maybe they don't want to get engaged and involved with and sharpen their skills to be able to interface with leaders. Now, in November, Sena and I, we're going to Ghana. And because Sena knows the president of Ghana, and we got the pictures, guess who I'm going to meet when I get to Ghana? But guess what? Ghana borders Burkina Faso. So we have, remember Sipara, the brother the swimmer who went to, I don't know if it's Burkina Faso or Guinea-Bissau. And he, as an African-American, he's a good swimmer, he went and swam for the government of Guinea-Bissau. But when Ambassador Chihimbori was in Burkina Faso, who did I see sitting there with Ambassador Chihimbori? Sipara was there. And he and I wrote books together. So when I go to Ghana, my plans will be crossing the border. I mean, carefully, of course, because, you know, they're on a security level and whatnot. But as Sena had told me, said, look, all we got to do is lay that piece out. All we got to do is lay that piece out. Why? Because people respect the UNIA. They respect the history and the traditions and the culture and the values of the UNIA. We represent the Honorable Marcus Garvey. They built those nations on the continent of Africa because of us. There was only 2 independent nations on the continent of Africa when the Honorable Marcus Garvey came along. And now there's 54. And many of them are there because of us. Now here comes the piece where we talk about educating the African about us. But educating the African about what? The Negro? No. Educating the African about the Garveyites. Educating the Africans about the universal African nationalists. Because we see ourselves as brothers and sisters. We see ourselves as one. So we ain't trying to get them to hook up, you know, with the integrationists or those who accept this system, what's that little thing say on your phone just a minute ago about those who are not resisting white supremacy. They're just trying to figure out how to live comfortable in white supremacy. But we are not. And those who are members of the Universal Negro Improvement Association, if your heart does not lie with trying to establish ultimately an empire that spreads from the continent of Africa to the 4 corners of the world, then you're in the wrong organization. Yeah. Join the NAACP. I mean, I don't want you to leave us, but I'm just saying, our objective is to, he said, never lose the empire urge. He said, nationhood is the highest ideal known to man. We ain't playing this thing any longer. We've got to get real serious about being able to step on the continent of Africa and make Garveyism live there. Or if they come to America, educate the African so he can take Garveyism back. Or if they're on the continent like the Michael Harris in the world, we got to take them Garveyism so they set up schools that they can teach their children about the life and the works of the Honorable Marcus Garvey. And finally, if you meet a man, sometimes you'll meet an African, you don't know what he does or she does. It's just somebody that you've run into. Talk to them about what you about. Say, have you ever heard of Marcus Garvey? You know how many of you all get that? No, right? Because we ain't done our job. But if you do talk to them, that gives you an opportunity to explain what the UNI is about. So if you got to reach them because you're doing some kind work in the community, but remember, what are we? We're social, friendly, humanitarian, charitable, educational, institutional, constructive, and expansive, which means we got to live out that reality. We can't be limited to just a little social group that gets together every now and then. We got to have the mindset that says Africa is home and it belongs to the African at home and abroad. How much of it? Every square inch. All 11 plus million square miles belongs to us. And so no African will challenge you if you have that sense of that's my home. They'll be saying, okay, let's get together so we can work and make it a better place for all Africans to live. And that's what we have to do in the UNIA. And their constitution, this book is the guidebook that will direct us in terms of how we live our lives. And as long as you're following this in terms of developing your divisions, challenging your leadership to teach you what you need to know, staying in this on a regular basis, then you'll be able to not only get Africa together, but you'll be coming after the world. Because once we get Africa and we got everything everybody else is feeding off of, everybody else is eating off of, Africa is being built off of by everybody else, get Africa and we'll control the destiny of the whole world. That's mine.
Thank you, Brother Shaka. That's very well said. That's all I got. Any?
Could I ask Brother
Mensah?
Brother
mute.
Brother Shaka,
I'm listening.
This it's on the tip of my tongue, but I can quote it right.
Brother Mensah, you keep going on and off mute somehow.
He said the.
Hey, Mesah, can we talk offline? Because we have each other's number. I'll call you, and then you can ask me then. Just in case you ask me one of them questions I can't answer, and I'll be embarrassed in front of all these Garveyites not answering a question I should have been able to answer. Let's talk a little later because we already have an hour.
Yep, we're gonna close out.
All right.
Thank you, brother. We'll talk.
If everyone would, I'll close this out. If everyone would, please come off mute. Put your black fists in the air and repeat after me. And we'll close out this monumental, historic opening to Black History Month.
There you go, Sena. There you go, my brother.
One God.
One God.
One God. One aim.
One aim.
One destiny.
One destiny.
Africa for the Africans.
Africa for the Africans.
Those at home.
Those at home.
And those abroad.
And those abroad.
Every square inch of it.
Race first. Inch of it.
Race first.
I like that.
Peace and race first, everyone.
Race first.
Race first.
Thank you.